Asking Heart Road. As Wang Wei walked through this desert, he began to review many of his memories, not all of them, but a few that had a deep impression on him, consciously or subconsciously, throughout his cultivation path. The first memory he saw was his meeting with Li Jun. He watched how many young children of the sect bullied the little fatty, and the latter did not resist or complain. So, he asked him why he did not respond and fought back. "What's the point of fighting back besides adding more unnecessary injuries to me?" responded the 3-year-old Li Jun. Wang Wei immediately noticed Li Jun's wisdom, as the young child understood his current state was due to his status in the sect. If he fought back, the only result would be more beating by retaliation. So, the best course of action is to accept his beating and bear with it. "I remember that day," muttered Wang Wei. Li Jun's wisdom at such a young age caught my attention. Wang Wei knew the intelligence displayed at a young age was not because he was a prodigy, but more of the result of the fact he was an adult in a child's body. However, Li Jun was different. He was genuinely a 3-year-old child. I also remember the unwillingness and desire in his eyes. That's why I chose him. Wang Wei sighed as he reminisced about the past. He looked at the memory one last time before continuing. The following core memory he experienced was the first person he ever killed, a prisoner. This was the first life he ever took, and to this day he remembers how the sticky blood felt in his hand as he stabbed that prisoner. He remembered the moment life disappeared from the prisoner's eye, the vivid emotions displayed on that prisoner's life. Is this the exact moment when life was no longer sacred to me? He analyzed. After the first kill, he had nightmares for days. But now, his hands were stained with trillions of lives, but he could still sleep peacefully. I felt something die inside me on that day. Was it my awe and reverence for the beautiful thing known as life? Wang Wei sighed. Although I know this was inevitable the moment I reincarnated in this world, it's still sad to think how much I've changed from my Earth self. Wang Wei continued his journey. He saw the memory of when he ordered Wang Ju for the sect to experiment on Han Li for him to acquire a heavenly physique. This was my first act of pure selfishness where I ruthlessly trample on another person for benefit. The first opponent I step on for my rise on the Emperor Road. I learned to never give up in this trial. I learned through hard work, intelligence, and unyielding willpower, I can create miracles. Wang Wei's eyes lit up as his aura became even more peaceful and restrained. He continued walking. He then saw the young girl he killed during the Spirit Road trial. "The first innocent life I took," he commented. The girl was a pampered young lady and came to the trial with guards probably as a Marvel experience. Her parents were probably new to the cultivator world and did not know much about the trial's rules and ruthlessness. Unfortunately, she was only one of the many innocent bystanders that suffered as a result of my Emperor Road. He shook his head as he moved forward. The following memory occurred not long after the girl's death. It was a battle with a gladiator. This was the first real life and death battle he had, but this was not the reason it was a core memory. The world is truly unfair. I've spent more than 8 years as a gladiator, forced to kill every day to buy my freedom. It took me 8 long and painful years to summarize that dodging method, yet you learned it in less than 5 minutes. "Am not willing," said the gladiator as he died, full of unwillingness. "This is the first time I realize how unfair fate can be," commented Wang Wei. "Some people spend their entire life striving for something, but others are born with it. Some people have to struggle their entire life, but others are born destined to achieve greatness." As he reviewed these memories from a higher cultivation standpoint, he understood many things and saw these events in different lights. So, he continued his journey. The subsequent memory was his battle with Ji Song, where he almost died because of the latter's mighty, fleshly body. Truth be told, this is probably the second most difficult battle I experienced throughout my entire life, he muttered as he watched his body lying on the ground with a shattered spine. Only 2 people of his generation pushed him to such a miserable state. Please visit Panda in 0ve1. Co. M. Wang Wei re-experienced that battle before continuing to walk. The memories in front of him changed to after the Spirit Road trial, as he stayed in a mortal village. This village is where I experienced the vast difference between mortals and cultivators. It is the place where I awakened my ambitions to change this era, muttered Wang Wei as he realized the importance of that village to him. Cause and effect, karma, he continued. I planted a tree on a whim, but 300,000 years later, it turned into a precious world tree. The villagers were friendly and welcoming, so I placed a feng shui formation on their village to bless them with luck. Now, they're a supreme land with great potential to become an emperor lineage. Everything is connected, one way or the other. Wang Wei's aura was utterly restrained inside his body. He now looked like an ordinary mortal with no cultivation. However, upon closer observation, people with keen observation could detect he was fusing with heaven and earth as if the two were the same. The following core memory was a confrontation between him and Heavenly Tao when he entered the Duyi realm. Heavenly Tao tried to stop him by influencing his willpower. From the records he knew, the trial to enter the Duyi realm should not have been so severe. Then, there's his odd black Qi luck dragon. Wang Wei looked at this memory with a frown. This event might be the confrontation between my future self and Grand Tao, he suddenly uttered. No, the first confrontation was my battle with the wrath of heaven. Wang Wei knew many anomalous things that happened during his life, most of which were weird and unexplainable. But today, he had a theory on the reason. A battle that spawns across time and space, he muttered before continuing. It was not time to care about these things that he could not control. The next memory was a meeting in the Li clan mountains after entering the divine altar realm. He tasked Li Jun to suppress all the famous disciples in the sects, including the contemporary sacred sons. Then, someone from the Li clan called him, and he had a meeting with a beautiful middle-aged woman dressed in all white. She had a doting and motherly aura emanating from her body. I want to thank you, said Qian Shifan, Li Jun's mother, with a gentle and kind smile that could put people at ease. Thank me? For what? Asked Wang Wei as he placed his teacup on the table. For giving my son a chance to shine. I thought you would blame me. Oh, why is that? After all, I could guarantee him a safe and peaceful life with my status. However, he will now follow me on a dangerous road with a high probability of death. Qian Shifan briefly paused. As a mother, I also want my son to live a peaceful life. However, I also understand that strength is necessary to survive and have dignity in the cultivation world. So, I'm glad you showed the world he was no worse than any heaven chosens. As for the danger, this is unavoidable. Since you don't blame me, I'm relieved. Wang Wei calmly looked at this scene. He did not think this memory was this significant to him. Back then, he had some guilt about Li Jun following him. After all, he knew the emperor path he chose to walk on was full of danger and uncertainty. So, he often pondered that it may be better for Li Jun not to follow him and live a safer life. Madam Qian, I did not disappoint your expectation. I protected your son, and he is now one of the brightest stars in this generation, muttered Wang Wei, who suddenly felt more peaceful. He smiled before continuing his journey. Not yet answered. And thank you to Black_Jesus_1999 for the super gifts. I'm very thankful for your support. I forgot to write this note a few days ago, so sorry about that. As a reward, I can allow you to design a character that will appear and be killed in the Heavenly battle. If you're interested, join the Discord or leave a comment, and we will discuss it. Wang Wei continued his journey on the Asking Heart Road, further tempering his Tao heart and state of mind. The following core memory he experienced was during the Qi Luck trial in the Warring Kingdom world. The memory was when he watched how millions of innocent people died by poisoning in Blesswing City. He learned of the cruelty of the world from this experience and how little cultivators valued mortals' lives. That event also taught him never to be careless and treat things like a game. He learned unexpected things often occur, and he should be prepared for them. Wang Wei watched these events from a different perspective, and with each memory, he has a better understanding of his mind and self. So, he continued forward. Next, he relived the day he met Wu Hong at the academy. Although it was the first time he saw her, she was breathtaking, captivating, mesmerizing, and enchanting. In an instant, he was enamored with her and felt they were destined to be together. How he felt about her was odd by all accounts. He was a person from Earth and knew love at first sight was superficial. He was a person who wanted to transcend fate and achieve ultimate freedom. So, how could he allow fate to determine his Tao companion? However, he did not care. For a man of his intelligence and rationality, he should have been instantly weary of her. But he made the illogical choice and decided to believe her despite how often his mind told him he was wrong. I took a leap of faith, and it paid up. He pondered with a smile as he reviewed the memory of when the two first met. Our love story has just begun. As you said, our bond will transcend fate and last until eternity. With a reassured mind, he continued forward. The next memory was brief, but also vivid. The first time he met DT. Although he only looked at the latter from a distance through a door, he knew this person was extraordinary and might become his greatest obstacle to proving the Tao and achieving eternity. Wang Wei glanced at DT, standing at the entrance door to Su Shi's heaven-chosen poetry meeting before continuing forward. Subsequently, Wang Wei saw the scene when he killed Ji Song. He was overwhelmed by anger because someone like Ji Song actually tricked him, which deeply hurt his pride. He was always the one who schemed over others, so he could not control himself once someone did it to him. How immature I was back then, he muttered, shaking his head. Then, he continued his journey. The next memory involved DT again. It was the battle at the heavenly abode world. In that fight, Wang Wei experienced his greatest failure since his cultivation journey. That event was a turning point in his life. He experienced humiliation, pain, and despair. He had never come so close to death in his life. In that fight, he felt DT was an insurmountable mountain, crushing him physically and spiritually. Many times, he felt despair not only because he was close to death, but because he could not see the hope of overcoming this monster. Without his pressure, I would never reach my current height, he commented. There's a saying back on Earth that a hero is only as good as his villain. Batman would not be as great as he is without the Joker, and the same for Superman and Lex Luthor. Wang Wei agreed with this saying. Of course, in the case of DT and him, they were two villains. Wang Wei continued watching the battle. This is the second time someone successfully schemed against me. In this, I completely lost and suffered immensely. Wang Wei had hundreds of ways to justify his loss. However, a defeat was a defeat. No matter his justification, it did not change the fact DT bested him. This event is also the time I killed the most lives, innocent lives. Although most of these deaths resulted from DT control, he also had no time to consider the lives of the countless mortals in the heavenly abode world, thus actively killing trillions in the process. In the cultivation, human life is truly one of the most worthless things, he muttered with a sigh. Over the years, he had long overcome the guilt of his actions. It could be argued that I've become more ruthless, and unfeeling people have a right to call me mass murderer, and they would be justified. However, the way I see it, I've come closer to achieving my goal of being unfettered by things like human morality. Wang Wei was calm and peaceful. The only thing that mattered was not people's perception of him or how the world viewed him. The only important thing is my heart. I am at peace with who I am and my actions, and that's all that matters. Wang Wei felt his Tao heart strengthened, so he continued forward. The next memory was his mental breakdown after learning about his grandmother's upcoming passing. Due to heart devil and inexperience regarding losing his loved ones, his mental state collapsed, and he went on a rampage. Please visit Panda N0V1. Well, I may have overreacted, he muttered with some embarrassment. He could not help despite how thick-skinned or shameless he was. During that mental breakdown, I learned about the antithesis of my fate Tao and pursuit of freedom, free will or choice. He analyzed the memory. It's also because of this event I realized the weight of the burden placed on my shoulder. My parents, Li Jun, Yan Liling, and countless people were counting on me to prove the Tao. He continued walking, and the following core memories were all about the supreme outlaw trial. The entire event was highly stressful for him. Death loomed over him at all times, and this time it was for real. During many of his near-death experiences, a small part deep in his mind always reassured him, since he knew he could rely on his luck, his background, and Wu Hong to survive. However, none of these were helpful in the trial, and he had to rely on himself. I cannot believe how close I came to death. One wrong step, and I would become one of the countless souls fallen while walking the Emperor path. Wang Wei shivered as he remembered the pressure he faced when Empyrean Blackheart showed up. If he were 1 second late and missed the opportunity, the latter would have eradicated him from the mortal world. And since it was a supreme outlaw trial, Wang Wei knew Wu Hong would not be able to revive him with existence reconstruction, unless she had the power beyond Grand Dao. Really closed, he muttered before focusing on the next core memory, Jin Chao. Karma, the idea that actions have consequences, muttered Wang Wei as he looked at the young man, full of hatred. In this situation, he was undoubtedly the villain since he ordered Jun Chaos death. Could all of this be prevented? He asked himself. If he did not order the killing of Patriarch Jin Yong and the death of the entire Jun clan, Jun Chao would not have any reason to hate and desire to kill me. This question is meaningless, concluded Wang Wei. With his power, maybe he only needed to control the Jun clan and not kill them. However, it would become more difficult to have absolute control of the Great Xia dynasty. Human greed is endless. Even if spared Jin Yong and the other noble clans, there is the possibility that they would take my kindness for weakness and secretly try to intervene in the dynasty's power. Without killing the noble clans, I would never have established such a prosperous dynasty and achieved rainbow luck in the trial. So, I don't regret my decision. Furthermore, even if I did not create Jun Chao, Heavenly Dao would have created another Avenger to destroy because of the trial. This person could have been from all the lives destroyed in the Heavenly Abode world or the devil cultivators I killed after losing control. Wang Wei did not regret his decisions. All actions have consequences. That's karma. And since I have not transcended karma and become free and unfettered, I must obey this law. He had long accepted that he must play the game before winning it. And one of the rules of the game is being restricted by karma. Wang Wei's Dao heart once again sublimated as he continued his journey. The next memory he saw was when the mysterious masked man attacked him along with numerous emperors. For the second time, I lost someone dear to me, he pondered as he watched Ancestor Wuqing's death. And this time it was my fault. I realized how weak and insignificant I was in the grand scheme of things. Then he watched how he died. Death, the end of life. I never thought it would be such a quiet and peaceful thing, commented Wang Wei. Another important aspect of this memory was the conversation he overheard while in a state of limbo. Unfortunately, he did not know the meaning of that conversation despite having thousands of theories. So, he did not let this event affect him too much. Anyway, he will one day find the answer. The memory moved forward and stopped to a recent event, Wu Hong's parting. Wang Wei relived that moment, and his heart still ached. A small part of him wanted to relive that memory over and over so he could still be with her in some shape or form. Sadly, he knew he could not live forever in his memory, so process his pain and loss before moving on. The tempering is finished, but I have not found my answer. During his mortal dust, he wanted to know whether there was a reason he was so obsessed with attaining freedom and hoped to find an answer. In that case, let's go back even further to Earth. Repressed memories. Wang Wei's memories changed his time on Earth. He saw a 5-year-old version of himself talking to a few kids at the orphanage while playing in the mud, trying to catch bugs and worms. When I grow up, I want to be an astronaut and go to the moon, said big brother Sun Tian, a slightly chubby little boy that looked about 7 years old. Xiao Yun, what do you want to be when you grow up? He asked, looking at a cute little girl about 4 years old with twin braids. Let me think. I want to be a doctor and save lives, replied Wei Yun, with dirt all over her pink cheeks. Despite being a girl, She did not care about the mud on her face and clothes. Big brother Wang Wei, what about you? I want to be a famous football player like Ronaldinho, Zidane, or Rivaldo, replied Wang Wei with shining eyes. I want to win a World Cup and be the best player in the world. Really? That's awesome, replied Wei Yun. I believe you can do it. Me too, said Sun Tian as he patted the thin Wang Wei with a little too much force. Don't forget to send me tickets to your games. I will, replied Wang Wei with a smile. Then his attention switched to something else as he yelled, Caught one. Really? Let me see. The scene broke, and Wang Wei saw another scene where he was a 7-year-old. He sat before his class teacher, and the latter looked at him with a frown. Wang Wei, I heard you want to become a football player? Yes, it's my dream. It's such a waste of your intelligence, said the teacher. Plus, you have no chance. What? Teacher, what do you mean? Do you know how low of a chance it is to become an international football player? Asked the teacher before spending the next 10 minutes telling Wang Wei about the current situation of China's football league, about the lack of funding, the low statistic to enter well-known leagues like La Liga, and his lack of talent in the department. The teacher even showed him videos of children his age displaying remarkable talent and abilities. Wang Wei, I'm not saying this to affect you negatively. I just want you to be realistic. You are one of our best students. As long as you keep your grade consistent all the way to high school, you have the opportunity to enter the best university in the country and even study abroad. By then, you can become a doctor, lawyer, engineer, or scientist. That's the best way not to waste your talent. The young Wang Wei's face was pale, and his body trembled. Wang Wei, children from your background cannot change their destiny through sport, the teacher said reassuringly. Only through hard work and study can you succeed in life. Wang Wei left the office with his head lowered. From that day on, he never mentioned his dream of becoming a football player. He became more taciturn and focused on his study. The memory changed to another scene. Wang Wei was in his last year of high school, having dinner with his parents and little brother. Wire, have you decided on a major to study? Asked his mother in a gentle voice. Yes, I decided on civil engineering, he replied. Any reason? No, I find it interesting. Wang Wei lied. His reason was that he wanted to build a football stadium. Although he could not be a player, he decided to build the stadium they played in. I have already decided you will be studying business, said his father in an unquestionable tone. Why would I do that? Argued Wang Wei, not hiding his annoyance and anger. Otherwise, how will you help your younger brother manage the company? No need to say anything. It's already decided. Wang Wei gritted his teeth before lowering his head. Meanwhile, his left hand clutched so hard that his nails cut into his skin. But he did not care about the pain. He secretly looked at his mother, hoping she could say something. However, she also had her head lowered. The scene flashed forward to Wang Wei during university. He visited his parents during vacation. The four had dinner, but the room was quiet, with only the sound of chewing and swallowing. After dinner, his father looked at him and directly said, I have arranged a marriage for you. Her name is Liao Jinjin, and she is the beloved daughter of Liao Nianzu, the owner of Xinbei Group. Please visit Panda in 0v1. This marriage will strengthen our group's alliance. Wang Wei looked at his father with a deadpan expression. In his mind, he was wondering where the man he knew and loved went, the man who adopted and doted on him. So, it was not enough for you to decide my major. You also want to control my marriage too? What did you say? I don't think I stuttered. You unfilial son, roared his father, slamming his hand on the table. I raised you since you were little, put food on the table, clothed, and housed you. Is this how you repay me? Wang Wei clenched his hand as he looked this stranger in the eyes. His father snorted coldly. Since when is it wrong for a father to decide his children's marriage? Wang Wei did not say anything, and he did not speak to anyone in the house for the next week of his vacation. He did not even eat in the house. He returned to school and continued his life as if nothing had happened. However, 3 months later, a scandal shocked the country. Liao Jinjin, the princess of the Xinbei Group, was caught doing numerous illegal drugs and entering a hotel while snuggling intimately with another man. The news spread like wildfire as countless news outlets, and online blogs talked about this event. Although some influential people tried to control the situation, it was useless. After that incident, his father never mentioned the marriage again, or any arranged marriage for that matter. Wang Wei calmly watched these events. He realized many things from these few memories. For example, he subconsciously buried many of his Earth memories because of the pain and trauma. Secondly, he finally understood why it was so easy for him to integrate into this world and accept his new family. For once, he genuinely wanted parental love and concern. He wanted a happy and loving family with no strives. But it's also because his situation on Earth was not ideal. When I first reincarnated into this world, I had no urge to return to Earth. I knew I could do it once I was strong enough, but I was not in a hurry, nor did I have any longing for life on Earth. Now, I understand why. He sighed as he felt more at peace. Then, the scene changed one last time. Pan, DN0VE1, CM, what is this? The report you asked for, he replied, trying to control his anger. Is this how I told you to do it? Screamed Manager Zhang. Everyone in the office could hear him. This is what's best for the client? Says who? You? Continued the manager with his loud voice. Listen up, boy. I heard you spread rumors you were the president's son. Do you think I would fall for such a low-level tactic? Manager Zhang once saw the president and his son during a company meeting and knew the latter looked nothing like Wang Wei. I didn't spread any rumors. Then who did? How would I know? Boy, watch your tone, said Manager Zhang. Redo the report. As punishment for your insubordination, you'll have a 3 months pay cut. Wang Wei glanced at the manager, making the latter shiver for a moment. Then, he went to his desk without saying anything else. A month later, the company arrested and fired Manager Zhang for corruption and bribery. The odd thing is they found numerous information, but Manager Zhang insisted to his last breath he was innocent. No wonder I want freedom, muttered Wang Wei with a sigh. Restricted by the people I trusted, controlled by my family, and pressured by society. In my previous life, I was incapable of controlling my fate. He thought of the major decisions he could not make, and there were a few. For many years, he felt powerless and bottled up many emotions. Although he would strike back, but only when pushed to the edge. However, he went along with the flow most of the time and accepted his fate. My life on Earth was suffocating. So, when given a chance to acquire power beyond human understanding, it's normal for me to want absolute freedom. Suddenly, Wang Wei frowned. After this tempering, his Tao heart should have been perfected, and in some ways it was. However, something in the back of his mind was itching. Things are not so simple, he muttered. I'm missing something. My experience on Earth is not the only reason for my desire to control fate. Fate Seed. Wang Wei reviewed his memory from the moment he was born all the way to his death, checking every detail to see if he missed any vital component. Regrettably, he found nothing. He frowned. Could it have something with my seal memories? He looked at the memories after the space crack swallowed him, and he entered the void-like space. He saw a seal similar to the one containing all his spiritual power. These memories are larger than even my time in the cultivation world. He pondered whether to remove the seal. With his current soul and overall power, it should be no problem. No, let's wait. These memories were vast and spawned eons, thus requiring more time to view and analyze. Furthermore, he will see how he acquired his immense willpower, making it easier to control. However, this process requires a slow and long process. He did not know whether he could complete it before the heavenly battle. So, Wang Wei reviewed his memories from Earth, focusing on the tiniest detail. He wanted to know if his memories in life subtly influenced his current self. My Earth memories formed my core personality and ideals despite how long I've spent in this world. Over time, I have been assimilated by my experience in the myriad Emperor world, but certain core ideologies and personality traits remain the same. So, how much influence do my Earth memories have on me? Wang Wei reviewed his memories, focusing on how the Earth has influenced his cultivation journey. and in the process, he found many subtle influences he did not notice before. Wu Hong once told me how certain paragons' repressed memories have influenced their mind and Tao heart, so a few of them will erase or seal the memories of their past life to prevent this from happening. Maybe she already saw my situation, he thought before as he continued to comb through his mind and analyze how his past experiences influenced his current self. Even though I have used many ideas from Earth, I usually treat my experience there as if it had no relationship with this life. It was as if I had cut off my karma with my past. Wang Wei treated his past life as such his past life. Besides a few regrets he had and hoped to make up for one day once his cultivation reached a certain level, he cared little about his experience on Earth and did not think they had such a significant influence on him. As for his obsession with controlling Earth, before the mortal dust, he did not think it was an obsession. He thought it was a common goal or ambition he had after coming to this cultivation world. It was only after experiencing mortal dust he realized his desire to control fate was abnormal and wanted to find the cause. Was I wrong? Was my desire to become free and unfettered a product of my environment on Earth? Or is there something more to it? He frowned as he reviewed his memories over and over, but found nothing. Do I need to review my seal memories? No, it will take too much time to search. I have a better way. A projection of the river of fire manifested above his head as he divined the truth he wanted. Wang Wei's mind traveled through the river made of white and silver strings, combing through the universe. He searched for the truth he wanted, but was unsuccessful. But he did not give up. He pushed his body, soul, and Tao to the limit for this divination. Crack! His Tao tree cracked, and blood spilled from his eyes, mouth, ears, and nose. His hair turned dull gray like an old man, but he did not care. Wang Wei continued roaming through the river of fate to find the answer he wanted. Bang! A vast amount of information entered his mind when he was on the verge of reaching his limit. Pan, Dendro V, E1, C, and more information entered his mind, such as fate seeds are often people that do not like to be bound by rules and restrictions, people who pursue freedom. Most fate seeds are true devils, but not all true devils are fate seeds. Another taboo, pondered Wang Wei, who was now numb since it was like the fifth or sixth one. So, he focused on the crucial information. Fate seeds, controlling the river of fate. Why does the river of fate need control? Dang! He did not finish his thought as he saw the river of fate's projection suddenly turn into a real one. Then, he heard a loud voice full of killing intent. You little ant. The river of fate protects the seed from my eyes, but you were stupid enough to divine the truth. As Wang Wei heard the voice, he suddenly found himself unable to move, and his thoughts slowed down. Shit! He cursed as he knew he might truly be in trouble this time. Furthermore, he no longer has his powerful wife to protect him. Wang Wei quickly calmed down as his intuition told him Wu Hong would also be powerless if she were present. Please visit Panda, N0V1. He then saw a man with dark gray hair, pure black eyes, and short hair, handsome and ethereal, appearing from the river of fate. The man sat on a throne, his eyes exuding the pride of someone who has looked down on all myriad beings. The young man looked at Wang Wei directly from the river of fate that flowed throughout the entire chaos universe. A terrifying killing entered Wang Wei's mind, almost collapsing his soul. He could feel even his willpower was useless in front of this young man's gaze. Is this what true power is? He thought calmly. In this brief situation, he realized how powerless he was. All his intelligence, cunningness, and power were useless before this person. His mind tried to work and find a way out. Unfortunately, even his thinking had drastically decreased. He felt it took millions of years to think of a single word. A desperate and impossible situation, he concluded. Regardless, he did not give up trying and remained calm. It's you, said the ethereal young man, his voice full of fear, anger, and hatred. His eyes, who seemed to have been calmed and without fluctuation for millions of yuan epochs, suddenly shook, displaying his uncontrolled emotions. He looked at Wang Wei with gritted teeth. He snorted before leaving. The river of fate disappeared as if it had never appeared. Wang Wei exhaled deeply, his mind working correctly. This person knows me? No, it should be future me, he postulated. This finally concluded my future self truly reached transcendence. At least, took a half step like Mithraea and supreme unity. This person gave him a feeling similar to Grand Tao, grand, noble, supreme, and irresistible. Although his aura was not the same as the Grand Tao, their essence was similar. As such, he did not doubt the latter surpassed the power of Paragon. Transcendence, a being that has escaped the shackles of space-time, of the river of time, analyzed Wang Wei as he realized why this person knew him. As for why this person did not kill him, there are many possibilities, but the greatest is he could not. Most likely, his future self would intervene. Paragons can travel to the past and kill emperors before they prove the Tao. So, they could technically do the same with other paragons. So, a battle between paragons can quickly turn into a battle to protect their past selves. Wang Wei frowned as he could imagine his paragon future self is currently fighting many enemies trying to travel downstream of the river of fate, trying to kill the current him. In the future, I might have the power to fight paragons at the Empyrean level. However, I should never reveal my identity. He could foresee that he could defeat a paragon, but the latter ran to the past to kill him. But he will be powerless since he's only an Empyrean. Maybe he could protect himself to some extent since he controls time Tao, but he did not want to take risks. So, he warned himself to be cautious. I need to focus on the more important thing. Paragons should have some limitations on how much they influence the past, he continued. However, half-step transcendence might not have such restrictions. His mind worked faster now, he was free. This person is probably the current abjugator of fate. However, for some reason, the river of fate or Grand Tao is not satisfied with him, so they're already planning his replacement. So he wants to eradicate all the fate seeds to ensure his position. So, why does the river of fate want to replace him? Did he do something? Could there be any relations with the ultimate taboo? His mind calculated numerous possibilities, but he could not conclude anything because of the lack of information. I just acquired some answers, but I also have more questions. If my future self took a half step into transcendence, why did he not take control of the river of fate? Wang Wei paused as he realized the reason. Since he found the existence of fate seed, he would probably refuse to take control of the river. After all, he wants true detachment, so he despises the river of fate that has been planning against him since birth. So, instead of controlling the river of fate, I should. His eyes squinted as he began to plan for his path of transcendence. Although he only has vague ideas and no concrete plan, it was more than 99% of sentient beings in the chaos universe. Wang Wei breathed out as he found his Tao heart was perfected about finding his status as a fate seed. He looked at his terrible state and knew he would soon visit Elder Tao. So, he prepared to return to the sect. But his steps suddenly stopped. No, things are not so simple as it seems on the surface. He pondered as he thought of something that made him see the chess game that spawns across space and time. Terrifying conjecture, Wang Wei asked himself. How did he acquire the title or position of Fate Seed? The logical answer is Grand Tao, or the River of Fate, saw his personality and desires after he reincarnated into this world and gave him the position. There's even a high possibility he became a Fate Seed once he was in the void, trying to survive by swallowing these purple orbs, meaning someone or something had determined his life and destiny eons ago. However, what if things were worse than I anticipated? Thought Wang Wei, looking at the world through complete malice. What if I was a Fate Seed ever since I was a mortal on Earth? What would be the implications behind this notion if it were true? Despite how horrifying this theory was, he calmed down to ponder the significance behind this possibility. Firstly, it will mean the prehistoric world is not completely sealed or out of Grand Tao's control. Instead, the latter has been planning how to deal with and regain control of the prehistoric for a long time. Wang Wei's mind entered a state of absolute calm, and his soul began to evolve the changes of the entire chaos universe. In the process, his understanding of Yin-Yang Dao, especially regarding the changes in the world. Grand Dao placed countless fate seeds in the prehistoric world, and I was one of them. Unfortunately, I had an accident and should have died. However, through sheer willpower, I created a miracle and reversed my fate. However, Grand Dao did not allow such a pawn with great potential to escape so easily and granted me the fate seed position for the entire Choas universe. I guess I should be happy my position elevated from the potential manager of a small branch, normal chaos world, to the potential leader of the entire chaos universe. Wang Wei could not hide the sneer in his eyes, but he soon calmed down. Although he did not know 100% whether he was correct, he knew his conjecture had a high probability of being the truth. So, he continued to theorize based on his previous assumptions. My death might not be an accident, but the prehistoric world's heavenly Dao way of cleaning up cancers. The fate seeds chosen by Grand Dao were similar to viruses in the prehistoric world and were potentially harmful. If that conjecture is true, why did Hong Jun save me? According to mythology, he should have fused with heavenly Dao and become the embodiment of the Dao. Wang Wei frowned as his theory began to collapse once he thought of this. So, either I am wrong, or the mythology is unreliable, and Hong Jun did not fuse with heavenly Dao. Of course, there is a third possibility. He let me live for another reason. Wang Wei was more inclined to the third reason. According to my previous predictions, Hong Jun reincarnated multiple people from Earth, or the prehistoric world entered different chaos worlds for some reason. Whatever that reason might be why he chose to let me live. Wang Wei took a deep breath before continuing to theorize. Grand Dao's purpose is leaving so many pawns in the shape of fate seeds in the prehistoric world is most likely for them to control the branch of the river of fate in that world, thus allowing it to regain absolute control of the prehistoric world. However, Wang Wei frowned. Does the prehistoric world even has a river of fate? Wang Wei would not usually ask such a question, but after seeing the development of the science and technology world, he understood the prehistoric world might be a place where the laws of the entire world are different from the entire chaos universe. So, it's not out of the realm of possibility that it did not have a river of fate. River of Fate might be a module only for this Choas universe, thought Wang Wei as he remembered his theory on what existed beyond the chaos universe. However, this was not the time to get into these things, so he focused on the task at hand. Pialpha and Yalpha no one. Oh, however, there's another flaw to this theory. How can Grand Dao control the prehistoric world through the river of fate? If a fate seed successfully created the river, the power that protects the prehistoric world should completely isolate Grand Dao's power. This meant that the river of fate would be an isolated branch of the main river. For countless years, Grand Dao has not been able to breach that power. So, how could it control the prehistoric world from the inside? Unless there is something wrong with the body of these fate seeds. A look of horror flashed in Wang Wei's mind, but he used his terrifying willpower to calm down. Please visit Pialfalfa-1. Calm down. This is only one possibility. His mind rushed to the limit as he tried to figure out other possibilities. Fishbone stuck on the throat. He suddenly thought as his eyes lit up. Whatever power that protects the prehistoric world is on par or can compete with Grand Dao. This power could be from Hong Jun or the legendary Pangu, who opened the world. However, its origin does not matter for now. Because of that power, the prehistoric world is like a bone stuck in Grand Dao's throat, a bone it cannot swallow or get rid of. However, Grand Dao can do the same to the prehistoric world and plant a bone it cannot swallow, a river of fate. Wang Wei's soul began working faster and harder than ever since he started his cultivation journey. He used his spirit particles to divine his mind into trillions and achieved accelerating thinking. Furthermore, his 365 future Buddha self also contributed. As such, Wang Wei felt he was closer to the truth. The prehistoric world's river of fate is like a seed for Grand Dao's plan. And once a fate seed controls the river, the seed will activate and the plan will be completed. By then, the prehistoric world will become of the many normal chaos worlds in the universe and probably no longer be a taboo. Then, the fate of Earth will be determined. If science and technology is a taboo because it originated from the prehistoric world, it will be fine. If it is because of something else, then Grandau will erase it from existence. Wang Wei exhaled as his soul slowed down. He felt he was closer to the truth of the universe. Although this possibility has a higher chance of being true, there is also the possibility of the first one or a combination of the two. So, how to deal with it if it's true? He frowned again as he realized unless he reached a similar level to Grandau, he would never know whether the latter placed something inside his body or soul due to his status as a fate seed. Two options. Use outside help like the dark truth. However, I cannot rely on unknown power for everything. A ruthless light flashed in his mind. The second option is to abandon my body, soul, and even existence. Find another body and implant my memories, thoughts, patterns, goals, ambitions, and ideologies into it, turning it into me. With this method, Wang Wei would essentially be dead since even his existence would be different. However, this is another way to break the game. The chosen body will be someone else dominated by his memories and ideologies, so in some ways, it is him. The only issue is the face, but that can easily be changed. Wang Wei did not want to use a clone to prevent the possibility of failure, so it had to be an entirely different person. Wang Wei took a moment to refine this desperate plan. He decided the chosen body should be from his world of science and technology to prevent possible errors or tempering from Grandau. Grandau is ruthless, and everyone in their eyes is equal, so an ant and a paragon are essentially the same. So, it can use the entire chaos universe as a chessboard. Only by taking a step into transcending can it barely be qualified as a chess player, muttered Wang Wei as his Tao heart became perfect and his state of mind reached its final sublimation in immortal stages of his cultivation journey. He sighed as he felt his body become lighter and easier to use. However, I have still not overcome my bottleneck. Could I really have to wait for the final battle? His intuition told him he might have to wait until the battle to find what he was missing. Suddenly, he caught a whim of fate and made a divination. 2 battles, 2 breakthroughs, 1 useless, 1 successful, forming a cycle, finally breaking the shackles of death. Interesting, thought Wang Wei as he realized he might have to change some of his tactics for this final battle. Final preparations. Wang Wei sat cross-legged on the floor as Elder Dan injected energy into his body, repairing his injured body, soul, and Tao tree. Then, Origin 1 suddenly appeared in the room. He looked at Wang Wei and felt he was different. He felt a sense of peacefulness and completeness. Origin 1 secretly nodded as he guessed he must have significantly benefited during his outing. "You really are a troublemaker," he said as he looked at the latter's terrible state. "Trouble follows me like a vulture to dead meat," shrugged Wang Wei. "So, who made you in such a state? Unless you want to be involved in a taboo, don't ask." "No need." He shook his head. He already felt something wrong when he saw Wang Wei was the only one who returned. However, after seeing no deep sadness emanating from him, and his Tao heart was intact, he felt relieved. "You remind me of a young Qian," added Origin 1. "Oh, was my ancestor a troublemaker as well? I was the Tao protector of these 3 little brats as they traveled throughout the endless void," said Origin 1 with a look of reminiscence. Yanhai had quite the temper when she was young, and with her unparalleled talent, she got into a lot of trouble. Wang Chishan was a very curious individual, and with his ideas that often contradicted the time, he also made a lot of enemies. Only Li Ming was the voice of reason. He was the calm and rational one of the group. However, once you angered him, he was truly a scary individual. 3 of them were people of great destiny. So, once they were together, they were as bad as you when it came to attracting trouble. The ancestor stories seemed quite interesting, nodded Wang Wei. I always felt it was a pity Battle Maniac did become an eternal emperor. He was destined to have such an achievement, replied Origin 1. Oh, his talent should have been more than enough. Heavenly Tao cannot tolerate a sect to have 3 eternal emperors. Let 3 consecutive ones. It would break the power balance of the entire lower dimension. He had his suspicion after the sudden and legendary rise of the sword-casting villa's founder. And after Li Ming only became a pseudo-emperor, he affirmed his suspicions. Origin 1 sighed with some helplessness. It's all about balance. Back in their era, most worlds had just survived the Null Era, leaving them with broken civilizations. If the Tao opening sect had 3 eternal emperors, it would have the power to conquer the endless void. Even to the present, there have been only 2 factions with 2 eternal emperors. I guess if it were not for the current situation, it would have become 100 times more challenging for you to become an eternal emperor. No, the Spirit Genesis sect is probably going to have a 3rd one as well. So it's balanced out, replied Wang Wei with a frown. The only issue is my father and the others. Your father's talent is also unparalleled. With your destiny protecting him, he won't have an issue. However, if you want the others to become eternals. Origin 1 shook his head. Wang Wei grunted as he predicted this outcome. With Li Jun, Yin Liling, and his mother's talent, they met the requirement to become eternal emperors. However, there is a tiny chance they will succeed. Heavenly Tao is on my side, but it is still a program that will execute its orders. So, it will not be lenient on me and maintain the balance. So, my only option for the others might be the Dusk Emperor's method of becoming a boundless paragon. Let's not mention these things for now, added Wang Wei. Does the sect has good ways for me to temper my body? He wanted to see if there was a way to increase his strength as much as possible in the last few hundred years. Currently, only his body and law comprehension have room for improvement. However, law comprehension takes time, and the body is difficult to temper unless he used the method he's been preparing for after becoming a great emperor. For example, the poisons Yin Liling raised for him, or began cultivating the Fiend God 12 revolutions. Over the years, he modified this method and even created the embryonic form of the 10th revolution. However, he still wanted to wait until he became an emperor before completing the technique and cultivating it. Origin 1 frowned before saying, I can't think of one method that mortal can use. However, there might be some hidden dangers, so you decide whether to use it or not. What method? Follow me. Origin 1 led him to a secret realm in the sect where he saw 9 pools of blood. Some were golden, pure red, white, and even black. And from each blood, he sensed a different power or Tao. Is this? Yes, Emperor bloods from the ancestors. Wang Wei's eyes lit up after seeing this. This should be some good stuff. If we have such a thing, why not baptize young children with the Emperor's blood to increase their talent? We have done this before, said Origin 1. However, the blood contains their imprint. After entering the void-shattering realm, the imprint will forcibly change the law of these children. So far, only 2 people successfully fought against that process, Hell Judgment and Rainbow. However, I suspect it is the reason they're only first-class emperor and not pseudo-eternal. Is this the hidden danger you said? Yes. Although you have great emperor's power, your essence is still mortal and can be influenced by their imprint. So, you decide whether to take the risk. Forget it, replied Wang Wei. He was so close to the final battle, and he did not want to take risks that could complicate things. It's up to you. Wang Wei did not waste time and left to see his family. Why are you back? Where is Honger? Asked Yu Yin, who was sewing a new set of clothes. She was almost done with the process and planned to refine it into an artifact afterward. She's gone. She paused. We knew this day might come. Are you okay? I will manage. Your grandfather left his retreat. Let's have a family dinner. Please visit Pialfalfa-1. Co. M. Wang Wei walked to the backyard and saw his father slowly practicing the sword. Meanwhile, his grandfather was reading a book. He immediately frowned as he saw the latter. What's wrong with you? He could feel a breath of decay on his grandfather's body, which only appears to people close to their lifespan limit. "I overdid it a little," replied Wang Chong, and Wang Wei knew what he meant. His grandfather's talent was genuinely subpar compared to his and his father's. As such, even with the method created by Wang Wei, the final result of his training would be 1 to 2 leaf. However, he was ruthless and sacrificed his lifespan to increase his potential, thus achieving 3-leaf peak. In your current situation, even Elder Dan can't easily fix you. Sacrificing lifespan for potential was not the same as doing for a sudden burst in power. The damage was more severe. "Don't worry. With your health-preserving art, I can live for a few thousand more years," replied Wang Chong calmly. He had made his choice and was at peace with it. Furthermore, he still has hope as long as his grandson becomes an emperor. However, he did not say these words because he did not want to put more pressure on Wang Wei. "He'll give you some chaos chi to absorb. No need. Use it before the battle." "All right," Wang Wei said as he no longer persuaded him. The family had dinner, and they reassured Wang Wei everything would be all right without Wu Hong. Finally, Wang Wei prepared to spend the remaining 400 years in retreat. However, he suddenly had the idea of checking out the source chi space. "With my current strength, it should be no problem to take along." Without hesitation, he used his chi flower ability to access the source chi space. Wang Wei found himself in a world that was blue and white. The ground, sky, and air seemed the color blue. Rho Alpha D Alpha in knew almost this mountain made of chi. He used his divine sense to check, and his assumption was correct. This mountain was not composed of matter, but pure energy or chi. "This is fascinating," he commented as he tried to teleport before the mountain. However, he discovered it was 1,000 times more challenging to teleport to the distance, and it was easier to fly. What a great restriction. Wang Wei flew to the mountain to analyze it. However, he suddenly felt a sense of danger and flew into the distance. Boom! The mountain exploded out of nowhere. "This power is very close to 3rd class. Is this place so dangerous? Moreover, what are the rules and regulations?" he muttered. Wang Wei pondered for a moment before deciding to check the other areas. However, he suddenly stopped as he noticed an abnormality in his body. "My lifespan is reducing with each passing minute," he thought with a frown. "Is this because I'm still immortal and do not have the immortal essence of a Tier 11 cultivator?" Wang Wei weighed the pros and cons of the situation before deciding to return once he became an emperor. So, he left the source chi space and returned to his retreat. The sect's emperors left the unique status of them, preaching the Tao. He decided to use them during this retreat. Time passed, and the world became quiet as every heaven chosen's prepared for the final preparations. Everyone thought this peace would remain the same until the time of the final battle. However, 3 years before the date, something happened that caught the attention of the entire world. Wang Wei left his place of retreat as he floated above the sect. Many people followed him as they looked at the sky. A cloud of purple shrouded the entire world. Tao lotus, music, and golden clouds scattered above the heavens. "Someone prove the Tao," commented Wang Chong. "Su sure," suddenly said Wang Wei. "You think it's her?" "Very likely. In that case, she's most likely an eternal emperor. Once an emperor appears, there will be visions and auspicious signs throughout the world and even the entire world community. However, once an eternal emperor appears, their vision will also spread to nearby world communities. As such, Wang Wei believes this sign is from the emperor of the martial hegemony world community. "I wonder how far her vision spread," added Wang Tian. "She's very talented and might become an eternal supreme," commented Wang Wei. "So, it should be pretty far. What about your vision?" asked Yu Yan with a smile. "You can wait and see," replied Wang Wei with a confident smile. "Anyway, it will truly be brilliant and a sight to see. We are waiting." End of volume. Next volume. Fate Dominating Emperori will be on hiatus until April 1st. 3 days. Wang Wei sat cross-legged in the air with a book in his hand. Throughout his years in retreat, he focused on reading cultivation systems from otherworld communities. He learned many things, especially from the Emperor Dao world, the Star Beast world, and Jilan Fang's world. The Emperor Dao world's cultivation system was beneficial to his fate palaces since the spiritual foundation was the source of their creations. The Star Beast worlds reached an extreme in refining the body, so it helped immensely. In the past 500 years, since his breakthrough into the Quasi-Emperor world, he increased his strength by 1 fiend god force to reach 20. Jilan Fang's cultivation system was interesting because of the Dao treading realm in which cultivators create a heaven path toward the Grand Dao source. He theorized the creator tried to develop a way for people to use this road to become great emperors without relying on the heaven will. Wang Wei became inspired by this technique and thought of creating a heaven road leading to the source chi space and relying on it to bring innate chi to the myriad emperor world. This method might be more reliable than the one he thought, or a combination of the two. After reading and understanding another cultivation system, Wang Wei put it away before taking out an ordinary-looking book. He did not immediately open it, but caressed the cover. He flipped the first page and stared at the handwriting. For a moment, he was dazed, lost in his memories. He subconsciously touched the handwriting before sighing. He had read this book more than 1,000 times, so people would think it would be some peerless technique. And in some ways, the information contained was as precious as any peerless emperor scripture. Wu Hong left him this notebook with many reminders and a few pieces of information, many of which he could only open after proving the Tao. However, the ones he could read were indeed important. For example, she reminded him that willpower was very important to body refiners after opening the gate of power and gate of flesh. According to her, it is one of the core power of indestructible Empyreans and inextinguishable paragons. Willpower, along with obsession and other strong emotions, is considered one of the few powers in the chaos universe capable of creating miracles. Another critical knowledge she left for him was her understanding of the Emperor's body and the technique of awakening. Finally, it was her warning that anything could happen in the final battle, and he should be psychologically prepared for the worst-case scenarios. Wang Wei calmly read the notebook, not impatient in the slightest despite already memorizing every word. In the process, he felt she was next to him, teaching him. He remembered the days when she tried to be serious and teach him something, but he purposely acted like a rascal and secretly harassed her. Muttered Wang Wei as he felt something. A token appeared before him, sending him more information. Only 3 days? It's finally time, muttered Wang Wei. He knew the decisive moment had arrived. After cultivating for millions of years, all cultivators with ambitions will fight in a decisive battle. The winner becomes king, proves the Tao, attains immortality, and becomes an existence that stands above myriad races and worlds, a being that escaped the shackles of death, sickness, and aging. Meanwhile, the loser will either die or suffer in agony after missing this opportunity. They have to slowly watch as their lifespan runs out and enter reincarnation. The Emperor's system is truly cruel. Trillions of cultivators fighting in a cage match like animals, doing their best for one opportunity. Wang Wei sighed. Many years ago, he described the heaven will battle the same way poison Dao cultivators raised goo. Placed a bunch of venomous and poisonous insects into a cage and had them fight and absorb each other's poisons. The final winner will be the most poisonous creature. This method disgusts me, but I also understand one must play the game to win it. His current self was nowhere near the stage where he could make or even bend the rules. Wang Wei regained his composure before waving his hand to send a message to the sect. With this single move, the entire Dao opening sect began to operate at an unprecedented height. And it was not only them. All factions in the world participating in this battle began to move. Emperor lineage and supreme lineages, devil cultivators, demons, and even loose cultivators. Wang Wei walked out of his mansion and went to see his parents. If things went wrong, he might only have a last 3 days with them. Although he had already made multiple preparations, things often went wrong, so there was no perfect plan. He walked into the room and saw his family waiting for him. His mother and father looked the same. Meanwhile, his father's aura had improved, but by not much. Sacrificing lifespan for potential was not a simple thing and had severe consequences. No matter the world community, the lifespan limit of quasi-emperors is 1 yuan epoch or 269 trillion years. However, after what his grandfather did, his limit was reduced to 10 million years. And unless extraordinary measures are used, this fact cannot change. Furthermore, his remaining lifespan was less than 3,000 years. If I lose, this old man might not live long, thought Wang Wei. With his grandfather's current state, sealing himself with bloodstones might aggravate his situation instead of prolonging his life. How are you feeling? Asked Yu Yan. Please visit Pialfalfa-1. Am calm and ready. That's good. You have prepared to the best of your ability, and that's all that matters. Wang Wei sat at the diner table. I have imparted all my experience to you, and you have read the experience of the sect predecessors, so I have no other way to help you, added Wang Chong, who looked at his grandson with satisfaction and guilt. He realized he should have hidden his actions during the training to not put pressure on Wang Wei. If I stayed inside and waited until he left for the final battle, it would have been the best, thought Wang Chong before secretly shaking his head. He understood his grandson would have checked on him before the final battle. So, the current situation is due to his selfishness. You don't need to overthink about anything else, reassured Wang Wei, who guessed what was on his mind. That's right, added Wang Tian, who gave everyone a jar of wine. Ever since he was born as the young master of the sect, he was burdened with the hope, dream, and ambitions of millions of people. This is a destiny he could not escape from. Wire has always been an understanding child, said Yu Yan with a smile. To be honest, I hope you did mature too soon or display your intelligence at such a young age. If it were up to me, I would want you to have a normal, peaceful, and ignorant childhood. We cannot change the past, said Wang Wei with a calm smile. Plus, I had a great childhood. His reincarnation into this world fulfilled his desire for maternal and paternal love. So, despite the immense pressure he faced, his childhood was one of his most precious memories. The family drank while eating. Soon afterward, Wang Tian became drunk. Ha! Wire, you have no idea how proud I am of you, said Wang Tian in a loud voice. I suppress a generation. Meanwhile, my son is one of the most brilliant heaven-chosen this world has ever seen. Even if you don't become a great emperor, your story will forever be entrenched in the annals of history. You will be a legend in the cultivating world. Wang Tian took a sip of his wine. My only regret is I could not be more helpful to your cultivation path. My job as a father should be to protect you from winds and clouds. Unfortunately, you grew too fast and beyond my capabilities. You did your best, said Wang Wei. Without your support, love, and guidance, I would not be who I am today. Haha, is that so? I'm glad you feel that way. Piao though, don't bring up my sore spot. Wang Tian could not help but remember his dream of father and his son fighting heaven and earth, both supreme swordsmen that have reached the pinnacle of the sword Tao. What a shame, what a shame, he muttered softly before falling asleep. He's been paranoid recently that the heaven battle will suddenly be cancelled at the last minute, said Yu Yan as she looked at her husband's state. It's understandable, given what happened to your generation, commented Wang Chong. Wang Wei did not say anything and continued drinking. The family spent the next few days together. One day before the due date, Li Jun, Yin Liling, and their family came to have dinner. Finally, it was the due date. Are you ready? Asked Wang Wei as he looked at the four of them. Yes, replied Li Jun, Yin Liling, and Wang Ju nodded, and Tai Gang was too nervous to answer. Then let's go. The battle finally begins. Let's hope things go smoothly for Wang Wei, and for me, the author, who is stressed out hoping this volume will be well written. Battle types. And, sorry, it's late, so the chapter is not edited. Wang Wei and the group teleported to the sky blue domain on the eastern side of the central continent. Their destination was the Bloodfish River, a relatively famous river in the continent, because of a special fish called bloodfish. The fish was an excellent resource to temper the body. So many divine body realm cultivators will use it. Furthermore, it is also beneficial for healing injuries. A crack opened near the river, and Wang Wei's group suddenly appeared. Immediately, everyone suddenly became tense. Because of Wang Wei's fame and prestige, most people regarded him as the biggest threat to this battle. So, thousands of eyes secretly looked at him once he arrived. Some bold people even tried to test his power with their divine sense. Unfortunately, these stupid people suffered the consequences of their actions as Li Jun released a terrifying killing intent that destroyed their divine sense, thus giving these people a small penalty. Did you notice? Asked Yin Liling through divine sense. Yes, poison, replied Tai Gang. Many heaven-chosen secretly released poison to affect the surroundings. I'm speechless. Some people use this kind of low-level tactic, added Li Jun. Any factions with any experience in participating in the final battle know to be weary at the entrance. So, guarding against things like poison and spiritual hints was basic common sense. This tactic might be useless for us, but it might work for some of the supreme lineages, especially the ones who only cultivate a quasi-emperor in this generation, commented Wang Wei. Not all supreme lineages participate in the final battle. After all, as long as a faction has a true monarch, they are a supreme lineage. As such, many do not have the experience to guard against such tactics. True. Wang Wei looked around and recognized the participants, especially the one he had dealt with. However, he frowned when he realized there were a few he had no information on. Young master, I'm sorry for my dereliction of duty, suddenly said Wang Ju. It's fine. There is no absolute, so it's normal if you don't information on some people. Wang Wei knew the final battle was full of uncertainty. Some factions would hide behind the scene and show up at the last minute. As such, he would not blame Wang Ju for something outside of her capabilities. Wang Wei then paid attention to Mo Xingyun and Yu Zhou. The heaven-devouring emperor showed in his true form and did use a puppet. Yu Zhou had acquired a new body, but his soul aura was easily recognized. He knew why these guys were so confident to show before him. They were protected. The moment the final battle's date arrived, the participants' entrance token turned into the best defensive treasure in the entire Myriad Emperor world. Even if an Eternal Supreme attacked them, the latter would be unsuccessful because these participants were protected by Heavenly Tao. And during this period, the power of Heavenly Tao was at an all-time high. If anyone dares to threaten the accomplishment of the battle, Heavenly Tao has the right to borrow power from true Heavenly Tao and eliminate the threat. So, before entering the place of the battle, competitors can scheme against each other, but cannot kill one another. I wonder whether Mithriya and Supreme Unity can interfere in the battle. Heavenly Tao should not be able to stop them, but would Grand Tao show up if they tried? Thought Wang Wei before focusing on another strange person covered in a hood, hiding from head to toe. This aura seemed familiar, but I couldn't recognize who it was. The person stood alone, so he could not tell who it was based on their generals. Suddenly, Wang Wei's eyes changed, and he saw something. Him? Why did he change so much? He frowned as another variable that he did not account for appeared. Although he was not worried, he knew it was taboo to be careless during such an important event. Keep an eye on him, warned Wang Wei to Li Jun. I will. A crack appeared, and Dition's group arrived, followed by 4 people following him. Wang Wei glanced at him, resentment hidden deep in his eyes. A part of him blamed this bastard for Wu Hong's departure. If he was not so powerful and such a threat to him, how would she be forced to use her emperor's strength twice? Because of him. Of course, he blamed himself more. After all, if he was not so weak and forced into terrible situations multiple times, maybe she would still be with him. Even if she would one day dissipate, the time could be extended to before he ascended to the upper dimension. Wang Wei took a deep breath to control his emotions. He knew he had to be in the best state of mind for this battle, so he entered a state of intense focus and no distraction. Less than half an hour later, A scroll appeared above the sky with the rules of this battle. Please visit Pialfalfa-1. Co. M. A one last man standing battle, Yen Liling stated. We already theorized this was the possibility, commented Li Jun. In this way, luck has no effect on who can prove the Tao in this generation, added Wang Wei. According to the sect's records, there are different types of heaven will battle. The most common one is everybody fights, and at some point, the heaven will appear, and the participants will rush over to get their hands on it. With this method, some lucky individuals might be closer to the heaven will and be lucky enough to be the final winner. However, they still have to survive until it appears. This is what happened in Wang Chang's generation. When there were less than 5 people battling it out, the heaven will appeared. However, Emperor Nine Suns, who was playing dead, suddenly appeared and released a devastating illusion on the remaining contestants before taking the heaven will. The other type of battle is one last man standing. As the name implies, the heaven will not appear until all participants are dead or defeated. The heaven will then appear in the palm of the last man standing. For this type of battle, luck is meaningless, and only strength and strategy matter. This type of battle is considered the cruelest of the bunch, and usually cultivates the highest quality of the great emperor. I thought the rules would much crueler, said Tai Gang as he looked at one of the rules that state participants can give up and receive protection. However, they will no longer be able to interfere in the battle nor receive the heaven will. Furthermore, the participant cannot give up in the midst of battle and right before dying. Wang Wei understood the reason for this rule. Heavenly Tao wanted to save as many heaven chosens of this generation as possible, since many had the potential to become eternal emperors. Young Master, Wu Ming sent us a secret signal, said Wang Ju through divine sense. Ignore him for now. There are too many eyes on us now. I will secretly contact him after we enter. All right, but cautious of his possible betrayal. Wang Wei knew Wu Ming's objective was to use his power to destroy the Origin Rune Palace and avenge his ancestor, and he did not mind helping the latter. After all, no matter how weak the current Origin Rune Palace was, it was still an emperor lineage created by one of the ancestors from the ancient emperor era. The destiny of re-establishing the formation Tao in the myriad emperor world would greatly benefit the sect. Regardless, he still needed to have his guard against possible treachery. Bang! An enormous white portal suddenly manifested before the group. Then, their entrance token suddenly appeared before everyone, emanating a brilliant light. Finally, one by one, the participants entered the portal, including Wang Wei's group. Is this the battleground? Muttered Wang Wei and the others, who found themselves on a deserted planet with no one in sight. They took one step and appeared outside of the planet's atmosphere. Pialfa and Dialfa, no one. Oh, a cosmic world setting? This is rare, commented Yen Liling, who knew such a setting for the final battle was rare according to the sect's record. This place is as large as 3 continents, commented Li Jun as he used his divine sense to sense the trillions of galaxies in the surroundings. Moreover, there seems to be other stuff. Li Jun felt the space was extremely solid, that even ordinary quasi-emperors could not teleport. Moreover, his divine sense was also restricted in the size it could be spread. Isn't this place a little extravagant for a battle? Asked Tai Gang. Not really, if you consider Big Brother and DT on strength, responded Li Jun. Heavenly Tao canceled the previous generation's battle and cut off their supreme path to preserve more world source and condense more destiny for this generation, said Yen Liling with a sneer. However, it never considered 2 anomalies like Big Brother and DT on, so it must have been forced to use extra world source to create this battlefield. Let's not waste time. We have a plan for a setting such as this. So let's start, calmly said Wang Wei. The others agreed, so they took action. 100 million troops appeared on the planet, including professionals like Kai Song. Suppressing Fate Alliance on the move. Yes, I accept, replied Huang Yuan directly. Oh, so simple, said Mo Xingyun, not hiding the surprise in her voice. I thought I would have to convince you and even pay extravagantly before you agreed. Do you want me to fight with you and waste time? Of course not, she said with a smile. After all, I don't want our alliance to break down before accomplishing our goal. Mo Xingyun could not help but sigh at her bad luck. Fong Lijuan and Song Jiaolong died before the final battle, thus drastically weakening their alliance. These two were great pawns. It's a shame for their early death, she thought. She had many plans on how to use these two pawns to the fullest of their ability. Time is of the essence, so send me the thing you promised. I will give you a coordinate. Mo Xingyin frowned. Is there a problem? Said Huang Yuan with an ugly expression. I won't accept your proposal without what you promised me. No, I just found your eagerness a little suspicious. You don't need to care. So, are you sending it or not? She paused for a few seconds before smiling. No problem. Mo Xingyun waved her hand to teleport something to the location given by Huang Yuan. The latter disappeared from the screen for at least 30 minutes before reappearing. No problem. In that case, we can begin with the first step, continued Mo Xingyun. Remember to be careful and run if you can't succeed. Don't be hypocritical, Mo Xinjian. We both know you don't care about my safety. Yes, I don't, but you are currently worth more alive than dead. And if you ruin my plan because of your carelessness, I won't hesitate to eliminate you at all costs. Huang Yuan squinted his eyes. I will be careful. He terminated the communication array, leaving only Chun Chun and Mo Xingyun. Prepare for the second step once he finishes. Chun Chun nodded his head. Mo Xingyun could see he was uncomfortable talking. So, she also closed the array. She sat on top of a mountain on a planet, lost in her thought. No one knew what the Eternal Emperor was thinking. A few minutes later, she raised her head to look above. Her eyes ignored the vast difference in this cosmic universe, checking everything that was occurring in the different quadrants. Except with a few places with decent formations, she saw the chaos and madness of this battlefield. Piao 1. Oh, Mo Xingyun, you think you can use me as a pawn, but we will see who uses who. He spent a few hours preparing before heading to another quadrant. Eastern Quadrant. Li Jun stabbed his spear, killing a loose cultivator that tried to explode and perish with him. Why do I feel more people are participating in this battle than there should be? Didn't you read the report? Asked Tai Gang. What report? The report from the Fate Shadow Guard. Li Jun frowned before shaking his head. I must not have read. Yes, you were too focused on subduing that weapon, nodded Tai Gang. So what happened? You remember how the boss allowed many Heaven Chosen to die during the cleanup? Yes, these people did not meet Heavenly Dao's standard, so Big Brother allowed the foreign Heaven Chosens to hunt them down. Well, Heavenly Dao played dirty and distributed these people's entrance tokens throughout the world. Although most of these tokens cannot even bring 2 million troops, many people fought for them. Is that so? Uttered Li Jun, and that's not all. According to Wang, just analysis, some talented genius who woke up at the last minute might infiltrate this battlefield by posing as soldiers from people with entrance tokens. Li Jun shook his head. It's pointless to muddy the water using such a method. The majority of these people are nothing more than cannon fodders. I'm guessing the objective is to give a chance to these sealed or hidden Heaven Chosens. Heavenly Dao probably did not want to remove the probability that a peerless genius was amongst these groups. Please visit Piao 1. However, I agree it's pointless to do so. Tai Gang knew his boss' strength, so he knew Heavenly Dao's actions were futile. However, he did not care since his thought could not influence Heavenly Dao. Who's there? Suddenly said Li Jun, looking outside of the reach of the formation. You detected me so soon. It's you, he replied before frowning. That power. That's Fong Li Juan's invisible talisman. How did you get it? You don't need to know. Do you think we didn't know about your little alliance? Said Li Jun with a sneering. Huang Yuan, you must have a death wish to attack us first. Huang Yuan stood in the void with his ex-wife, Fan Xianhan, standing behind him. He looked at the group and did not waste time. He summoned his legion and activated the moving array he had established. Something is wrong, muttered Li Jun indeed. Huang Yuan was not this brave, especially after his loss to Big Brother, analyzed Yan Liling through divine sense from a distance. More importantly, his legion seems weird, added Tai Gang. Li Jun also felt Huang Yuan's anomaly. So, he decided to play it safe and sent a regiment of 10 million men composed of his slaughter legion. He wanted to test the water. So, 10 million void, shattering realm cultivators all cultivated slaughter or war Dao. These soldiers are the weakest of the legion, so they're not the perfect group to test Huang Yuan's situation. Of course, Li Jun will not let them die in vain, as he's prepared to intervene at any moment. After all, it was not easy cultivating so many void-shattering realm cultivators. The resources used on these 100 million soldiers are enough to make weak emperor lineages like the divine Dao Li cry in tears. Huang Yuan looked at these troops and secretly sighed as he saw their lowest cultivation level was void-shattering realm. The Loose Alliance sponsored him with many resources. However, he had to acquire many of the resources for his troops. But even then, a lot of his forces were in the primordial spirit realm. The ancients once said, to become an emperor, one needs talent, luck, destiny, and wealth. They should have emphasized more how important the wealth part was, sighed Huang Yuan. However, he was not disheartened by the situation since he had his trump card. He waved his hand to mobilize his legion, sending twice the number. Soon, the battle began as numerous lights appeared. Energy waves and the power law enveloped the surrounding hundreds of galaxies. Blood filled the empty void that was the endless space, painting the cosmos with a shade of red. Even outnumbering them, they still had the advantage, thought Huang Yuan calmly as he watched his men being slaughtered one by one. These soldiers are the elites amongst elites. He was not talking about their cultivation level, but about their battle prowess, IQ, unity, and cooperation. Furthermore, they are undying by sharing their life force, he thought with his eyes shining. However, this is just the beginning. After less than an hour, Li Jun's soldiers slaughtered Huang Yuan's 20 million troops, with a death toll of less than 300. However, the latter was calm and composed. He only waved his hand to send another regiment thrice to his opponent's side. The situation was the same as the Slaughter Legion massacred the enemy. Something is wrong, uttered Li Jun. He did not think Huang Yuan would send his man to die for no reason. Then, he seemed to have thought of something. Could it be? He barely finished his thought before the situation on the battlefield changed. Huang Yuan's 50 million dead troops suddenly came back to life. The dead bodies floating in the void began to move before regrouping with their fellow comrades. They lined up perfectly as the well-trained soldiers they were. Furthermore, their aura drastically increased, and many soldiers made a breakthrough in their cultivation after this revival. Is this the power of the life and death book? Muttered Tai Gang. Trouble, spoke Li Jun softly. He did not care about these soldiers' ability to revive themselves. He knew these types of techniques had a limit to the number of revivals. However, he also did not want to lose many men during this fight. Should I take action? Li Jun frowned before yelling. You dare. He saw Huang Yuan create an enormous black hand containing the power of death and attack his troops. He stabbed his spear forward and destroyed the opponent's attack. If you want to fight, they'll be your opponent, said Li Jun as he stepped out of the formation. Unfortunately, this act was a grave mistake. A light suddenly enveloped him before he or the others could react. Objective. Excellent. The first step is completed, thought Huang Yuan calmly. He gazed at Tai Gang and Yan Liling, preparing for the second step. He activated the Life-Death Parade Array he set up to counter Yan Liling's array. The power of life and death alternate, slowly eroding the enemy's formation. Damn it, said Tai Gang with a frown. What should we do now? I can feel he is still alive, said Yan Liling calmly. So, we only have to wait until he gets out of trouble or deals with Huang Yuan to cancel whatever means he used. Do you want to send Wang Ju? The current her is nothing but a clone. Plus, it's too early for her to take action. In that case, I'll go, said Tai Gang, who summoned his Proving Dao artifact. Iron-looking gloves encased his hand before flying out of the formation range. You? I don't have time to waste on someone like you, said Huang Yuan coldly. I'm only here for my revenge. So get out of my way. Do you think it makes sense to say these words to me? Said Tai Gang calmly. Plus, you're the last person I would accept calling me a waste. I earn all my strength and power, but who in this generation does not know you're useless without that book? Huang Yuan squinted his eyes, but did not say anything or react. In that case, let me get rid of you first. Palm of Death, his attack was simple and direct. He condensed an enormous palm containing an immense amount of the power of death. Everything in this palm's path became dead, whether it was matter, soul, flesh, or energy. Immortal, venerable strength, thought Tai Gang with a grave expression. According to the Fate Shadow Guard information, Huang Yuan had less than a 10% chance of breaking through the mortal-immortal barrier. Of course, this did not account for using secret techniques or other means. However, based on how easily he used such an attack, he might have succeeded. A rune appeared on Tai Gang's forehead before punching the palm. A terrifying vibration emanated from his body before exploding the palm, bombing it into non-existent. One leaf strength, said Huang Yuan with a frown as he observed Tai Gang. Then, he shook his head. I thought you had some achievement. It turned out to be the result of formation. Huang Yuan could tell this formation blessed Tai Gang's body, thus temporarily increasing his prowess. Tai Gang frowned as he felt pressured. His current strength was limited and would not last long. So, a protracted battle would make things difficult for him. Damn it! How could this Huang Yuan break the barrier? He felt frustrated, especially since he failed to do despite the excellent conditions the sect and boss provided for him. Calm down, suddenly said a voice in his mind. Huang Yuan is bluffing to weaken your aura and momentum. His strength is the result of sacrificing numerous lifespan to the book. Tai Gang squinted his eyes, but he did not say anything. However, his aura changed as he regained his calm and composed demeanor. Huang Yuan frowned as he sensed the change in his opponent's aura. Tai Gang opened his mouth, but no sound came out. However, immediately afterward, blood fell out of Huang Yuan's nose. A sound released at a vibration even I cannot detect. What's more, this vibration can directly attack the soul. The law of life nourished his body as he instantly healed the damage, including the one in his soul. Want to play sound with me? Thought Huang Yuan with a sneer. Sound of death. His body released an undetectable or subtle vibration, killing everything in its path. He did not move or make any noise, but the surroundings suddenly began to decay and die. Tai Gang felt an omen of death, but he could not detect how the attack arrived. His intuition and vibration, Dao told him it was a sound attack, but he could not understand it. Sound of defense, sound of healing, sounds or vibrations. Simultaneously, sounds have different effects on the mind, spirit, and soul. They can create a certain mood, like joy, anger, and motivation. And in some myths of folklore, sound can heal. Using these concepts and ideologies, Tai Gang created these techniques for battle. His defense and healing capabilities drastically increased. However, he could sense his organs failing as the power of death slowly killed him. So he popped a pill into his mouth, healing his injuries. At least, this was his attempt. Unfortunately, the pill only delayed the power of that attack. Tai Gang moved as he used the formation to create an imaginary world of decent size. He clenched his fist before punching. Universe's vibration. The formation allowed him to turn this imaginary world into a temporary real one. Then, Tai Gang vibrated every atom, molecule, particle, and energy from that universe and directed it at Huang Yuan. Please visit Pialfalfa-1. Co. MHE created this technique based on Wang Weiss' world-destroying punch, where he vibrated every part of his fleshly body. Unfortunately, Tai Gang did not have such powerful flesh and blood, so he had to use something else as a replacement. Huang Yuan's face changed as he felt the terrifying power behind that attack. He immediately acted. Samsara Seal. After a cultivator enters Samsara, Their strength and memories will be sealed to ensure their successful reincarnation. Huang Yuan imitated this ability to seal the power behind this attack before creating a black and white shield to protect him. With his quick decision-making, he was intact and survived. However, he was not happy. Piao no one. Ohai's pride would barely accept Li Jun as his equal, but Tai Gang, a servant from the lower realm, he cannot accept it. Unfortunately, it did not matter whether he accepted it or not. The truth was in front of him. With a calm composure, Tai Gang continued his offense, not giving his opponent a chance to react. Myriad Law Fist. Tai Gang's main Dao is vibration, but he also cultivated the sub-Dao of Fist. Back in the Warring Kingdom world, he had the title of Iron Fist King. So, he stuck to his roots and cultivated the Dao of Fist. The Myriad Law Fist is the pinnacle of his achievement in both Dao. He used the law resonance of the Fist Dao, which is also part of the martial Dao, and forced the laws between heaven and earth to vibrate. The Heavenwell battlefield is part of the Myriad Emperor world, so cultivators can still use law resonance. Tai Gang took advantage of this fact to create a terrifying attack. Of course, he could resonate with so many laws mainly because of the formation's boost on his soul or spiritual power. Bang! The surrounding hundreds of thousands of galaxies exploded due to the sheer vibrational power of that attack. This attack atomized everything in its path, except for a disheveled Huang Yuan. Even his life-death parade array could not withstand the power of this attack, so most of his legions were annihilated. However, Huang Yuan did not care, since he could still revive them a few more times. He looked at Tai Gang with blood-red eyes. "I will make you pay." His voice was hoarse as he tried to contain his overwhelming rage. In less than a nanosecond, Huang Yuan gathered death power inside his body and used the attraction of life and death to instantly appear in front of Tai Gang, who contained the power of life since he's a living being. He raised his hand to hold Tai Gang by the throat, and the latter could not react. The only thing on Tai Gang's mind was, what a brilliant application of life and death Dao to achieve teleportation. As his mind wondered why Huang Yuan was this powerful, his body could not move or react and only watch the hand reach out for him. Bang! Huang Yuan flew backward as he looked at the cauldron that appeared and blocked him. He gazed at Yin Liling, his eyes full of hatred and annoyance. "Stop acting," said Yin Liling with a sneer. "If I guess right, your objective is not revenge, but to capture Tai Gang. Of course, I want to capture him. How dare this ant injure me?" "No, your objective in coming here is for him," she reiterated. "I wonder why." Yin Liling looked at him, trying to figure out his objective. Huang Yuan's facial expression remained the same, but countless thoughts flashed in his mind. She was correct, as his main objective was to capture Tai Gang from the beginning. That's why he agreed to become Immerse Xingyan's cannon fodder and controlled the battle to make it seem he wanted to approach Tai Gang out of anger and pride. The plan is not going smoothly. He had to capture the latter because of his innate talent. Huang Yuan recently had a fortunate encounter in the form of a unique technique that allowed him to completely absorb the life and death book, turning it into his power. Upon success, his strength and potential will drastically increase, and he won't need the book anymore. Unfortunately, one of the requirements for this technique is to absorb someone else with life-death related innate talent. Huang Yuan was excited after he received that technique until he discovered there were only a few people with such innate talent, including Wang Wei, Di Tian, Li Jun, and Tai Gang. He knew it was impossible to capture the first two. He had a minuscule probability of succeeding with Li Jun, so he had his eyes set on Tai Gang, the weakest of the group. Unfortunately, the latter was surrounded by a bunch of monsters, so he had to take risks and plan ahead. Retribution. Huang Yuan immediately knew time was of the essence, so he decided to be decisive and use his most powerful technique. Thunder of Death. He had a thunder-related physique and cultivated thunder, Dao, before acquiring the life and death book. So, he did not completely abandon this Tao and cultivated it as a secondary law. So, for this attack, he fused the two Tao, reaching a higher level. An enormous black lightning bolt appeared in front of Huang Yuan, and with a flick of his finger, he threw it at Tai Gang and Yin Liling. Boom! The roar of thunder echoed in the vacuum of space. A dark energy wave spread in all directions, killing everything in its path. Unfortunately, Yin Liling and Tai Gang remained intact at the center of the explosion, with a cauldron floating above their head. What? This attack reached the beginning of Three Leaf. But she did not have a scratch on her, thought Huang Yuan. He sacrificed hundreds of millions of lifespans to reach such an intensity. Yet, his opponent casually blocked his attack. Everyone thought you were only a talented alchemist, but it seems that everyone underestimates you, said Huang Yuan with gritted teeth. Indeed, replied Yin Liling. The world knows her as a talented alchemist and the logistic manager of Wang Weiss Group. However, only the sect knows her battle prowess and overall abilities. She created the 9 Cauldron art and is considered a supreme scripture for alchemists. And that's because Yin Liling's scripture is all-encompassing. She includes alchemy and battle methods. Through her scripture, she can condense different cauldrons with different effects. For example, she was currently using the Cauldron of Defense, but she had various cauldrons for different purposes. Huang Yuan, coming here was your biggest mistake, declared Yin Liling before manifesting a second cauldron that was red. Flame Cauldron. This cauldron was the most used in Yin Liling's 9 Cauldron art, since she is an alchemist. But it's not only used for refining pills. A clear, almost invisible flame emanated from it. Chaos Flame, and it has been cultivated to the highest level, said Huang Yuan with an ugly expression. Chaos Flame is usually manifested in the shape of a multicolor flame, like a rainbow. However, once a cultivated trains it to the highest level, it will turn colorless. Wang Wei fused a chaos flame into his heart to temper his body. However, he had no time to cultivate this heavenly flame, so he gave Yin Liling a seed to develop before absorbing it himself. Additionally, he once received the Flame Emperor's understanding of the chaos flame, so he gave it to Liling as well. Under Yin Liling's control, the colorless flame turned into a phoenix before rushing toward Huang Yuan, making the latter squint. He knew Chaos Flame had terrifying burning capabilities and could change into different attributes. It can be changed into the Flame of Life, Flame of Destruction, Flame of Thunder, Flame of Purification, etc. Although it is extremely difficult to cultivate the Chaos Flame to reach such a level, a few people have achieved such a feat, like the Flame Emperor. Death Shield. Huang Yuan created a black shield to protect him. He used the power of death to block the attack while also bringing death to the flame. Unfortunately, Yin Liling did not lack battle experience because of Wang Wei and Li Jun's dream technique. She instantly changed the property of the Chaos Flame into a Flame of Life, which is the opposite of Huang Yuan's death attribute, thus countering. Huang Yuan acted on instinct and changed the property of his shield to life, and Yin Liling countered by doing the same and changing her flame attribute to death, still overwhelming him. Finally, Huang Yuan acted swiftly and used the power of Samsara, which is a combination of the Tao of life and death. Yin Liling then chose a more direct and overbearing method. She turned the flaming fiending into the attribute of destruction and overwhelmed her opponent. Bang! Huang Yuan flew backward a dozen light years with burn marks on his face and body. His hair had turned mostly white because he had to sacrifice his lifespan to activate the book and protect him from this attack. Damn it! He cursed as he felt that a power prevented him from healing, no matter how much he used the law of life. There's no more time to waste. He waved his hand to manifest a golden sword that illuminated the endless darkness of space. The sword became the center of attention as soon as it manifested. That aura, muttered Tai Gang. Please visit Pialfalfa-1. That's a Tao artifact, said Yin Liling with an ugly expression. She knew she could not stop the lowest one root Dao ancestor attack, so she acted swiftly to stop Huang Yuan from attacking. Condensation cauldron. Alchemists must condense all the spiritual herbs into a pill during the refining process. So, Yin Liling created a unique cauldron based on this aspect. It would generate a powerful force that would crush the enemy from all directions, turning them into a pill shape. Her objective was not to kill Huang Yuan, but to use the cauldron's crushing force to render him immobile and not activate the sword. Regrettably, Huang Yuan easily blocked her attack with the sword before retreating toward his ex-wife. He wanted to shift his pain and injury to her as a way to heal, while simultaneously attacking with the sword. He knew Yin Liling could not block, so Wang Wei would be forced to intervene. Then, in the brief period he was protecting her, he could kidnap Tai Gang and use his escape plan. Piao Fao No One. Wang Yuan had an incredulous look on his face. He lowered his head to see a hand had penetrated his body, destroying his internal organs. He slowly turned his head to see his wife, Fan Qianhan, looking at him with cold eyes, full of hatred. "You, how is that possible?" he asked with blood gushing out his mouth. Fan Qianhan did not answer him. She looked directly into his eyes, full of hatred that was almost substantial. "How is that possible?" asked Huang Yuan. Unable to process the situation, he refined her into an utterly obedient puppet with only a slight consciousness, so she could experience the pain he inflicted on her. Suddenly, he remembered something. "It's Wang Wei, isn't it?" he said with maddened eyes. "When he saved me in the cleanup, he placed karma thread on me and you. Using it, he freed you from my control, leading to your current betrayal." Fan Qianhan did not utter her word. She had not spoken for too long and had no desire to do so. Meanwhile, Huang Yuan could not move as he felt an unknown power invading his body and soul. A curse? He thought with an ugly expression. Before he could react, he started screaming in agony. A shriek containing an indescribable pain scattered in the surrounding galaxies, turning the dark void even more gloomy. Huang Yuan felt the most horrible pain in his body, soul, and mind. The pain was so intense he wanted to die. The truth of the matter is he would have committed suicide if the pain rendered him impossible to control his body. Meanwhile, Fan Qianhan calmly looked at him, squirming in this vacuum space. She used a technique called the Curse of Pain, taught by Wang Wei, which allowed her to transfer all the pain she experienced during her life. And what did she experience? Well, her life was a nightmare since Huang Yuan made sure of this. He defiled her body, soul, and mind. He ensured she experienced the worst possible torture possible for a human and a woman as a price of her betrayal. Every day, she lived in agony, wishing she could end her suffering. But he refused to kill her and freed her from her suffering. Instead, he added more agony and misery. Fan Qianhan lived like that for more than 200,000 years. And now, Huang Yuan was now experiencing her suffering, both physically and mentally. The process lasted for half an hour before the screaming stopped. Then, Qianhan felt relieved and at peace. She looked at the dead body of her former husband before looking into the distance where Wang Wei was. She clasped her hand together before giving a 90-degree bow. Finally, her body turned into numerous particles before disappearing between heaven and earth. Fan Qianhan killed herself, even utterly eradicating her soul. After living such an inhuman life, she lost her will to survive. She even destroyed her soul to prevent her from reincarnating. She did not want to risk remembering her past life. After her death, the entire Eastern Quadrant seemed more gloomy. Unfortunately, life has to continue. Her sad story is one of the many trillions in this vast and endless universe. A book came out of Huang Yuan's dead body. The space around it suddenly bent, as it appeared the book was about to teleport away. However, a red string suddenly came from Huang Yuan's body and tied the book before pulling it toward the distance. Then, Wang Wei opened his eyes as he looked at the book floating in front of him. "Your true destiny lies with me," he casually commented with a slight smile. Then, he frowned as he sensed something. He put the book away before looking into the distance. Scheme, Improving Dao Artifact. The team immediately felt something was wrong because Huang Yuan's sword, on par with Dao Ancestor, did not vanish after its owner's death. On the contrary, the golden light emanating from its body became brighter. A terrifying aura emanated from its body, shaking the surrounding space. Without anyone controlling it, the sword rushed forward. Swish! It was faster than anything Tai Gang and Yin Liling could react to. The sword then easily penetrated their formation before rushing toward its target. The speed at which it traveled could only be described as numerous times infinite. It was so fast that it basically ignored the innumerable distance of thousands of galaxies where the end of the formation was located. The sword headed directly toward the planet that was the center of the formation. Wang Wei calmly watched the sword approaching. He did not move, so it appeared as if he could not react in time. Many people watching the battle were shocked by the appearance of a Dao artifact and thought the number one heaven chosen of this generation was about to fall. And the people who could react to this sword secretly sighed that such a genius would fall because of a highly talented artifact refiner who secretly created a Dao artifact. Clink! Shadow, tentacle, suddenly came out, a person dressed in all black, deflecting the attack of the sword. Then, a beautiful woman stood in front of Wang Wei, protecting him. It was Wang Ju. Although she was on a mission, the clone she left sensed something, so she used shadow switching to switch places with the clone before blocking this attack. After her shadow tentacles prevented the sword from accomplishing its tasks, the sword rapidly disintegrated as if it had never existed. So, Huang Yuan was a pawn, thought Wang Wei before closing his eyes and continuing to maintain his best state. Swish! Li Jun appeared before the team. "I'm glad you're okay," said Yin Liling. "What happened to you?" "He imprisoned me in a strange dimension," explained Li Jun. However, he underestimated my strength. He did not take long to escape his imprisonment, and even saw the battle with Tai Gang. He's the one who calmed the latter down through divine sense communication. However, Li Jun decided to remain behind the scene in case an accident occurred. However, he did not expect Huang Yuan's trump card to be a Dao artifact. "You were careless," said Yin Liling. "Indeed. Although I looked like I was cautious, deep down, I became arrogant because of my strength," agreed Li Jun. "He should never have been caught so easily. Not only that, but you also care too much about your soldiers," added his wife. "They are trained soldiers, prepare to die. And on this battlefield, not many of them will survive. You should accept this fact." Li Jun paused briefly before nodding. "You're right." She patted his shoulder. "After this battle, you can easily revive most of them." Li Jun nodded, while Yin Liling gave Li Jun, Tai Gang, and even Wang Ju pills to recover. Li Jun did not really need it, but Tai Gang and Wang Ju did, especially the latter. To stop that sword, she needed to enter a special state where she could borrow Wang Wei's Dao ancestor level strength. And such a state was taxing on her body, so the pills were necessary for her current state. Yin Liling then proceeded to fix the formation. Northern Quadrant. Emo Xingyan opened her eyes in surprise. She stopped the attack? It should be the result of Shadow Ruler's technique, he pondered. However, it does not matter since my objective is complete. Emo Xingyan already planned everything. She's the one who prepared Huang Yuan's fortunate encounter that would allow him to escape his reliance on the life and death book, and even secretly led him to it. She knew he would have no choice but to agree to her proposal to attack Wang Wei's group, using him as cannon fodder. After all, who can resist the temptation of strength and power? Adding the fact the book had become Huang Yuan's heart demon because of all the rumors he was nothing without it, the plan was easy to accomplish. As for the Dao artifact, it's nothing but a projection of the real weapon in her hand. Weapon projection is a technique used mainly by great emperors to create emperor artifacts. Please visit Pialfalfa-1 Co. And there are a few ways that the artifacts used by all emperor lineages came about. The first one is the Great Emperor left their Tao proving artifact. This method is used since many emperors can recast it after ascending to the upper dimension. They can use better materials and refining techniques found in the eternal ascension world. However, most will not use this method since their proving Tao artifact has accompanied them for most of their cultivation journey. Thus, they won't change it for sentimental reasons. Of course, they will still reforge it after ascending. The second method is to use weapon projection. They created a projection of their proving Tao artifact before using countless materials, mainly Emperor materials, to condense the projection into actual weapons. There are variations of this method. Some poor great emperors will refine a quasi-emperor tier replica of their proving Tao artifact and fuse their projection with the replica before slowly nourishing it with their grand Tao source. This method takes more time and requires fewer resources, but the weapons created in this manner are usually weaker in comparison. There are a variety of emperor artifacts. The weaker ones are simply nourished from quasi-emperor tier artifacts, while the strongest ones are refined by emperors who prove the Tao using refining Tao. Xingyun looked in the distance, deep in thought. It was a risky move to expose the fact she had a Tao artifact. However, she wanted to know what level Wang Weiss 9 Extremity Foundation reached. So far, it seems he reached 5 root. If this information was accurate, then she was confident in her victory since the power of her weapon was beyond 5 root, but not close to 3rd class. So, if she attacked with all her strength, she had a high chance of winning. However, I have to worry about that Divine Punishment Thunder. One of her biggest worries is the Divine Punishment Thunder from the Tao opening sect and the auspicious signs from the D clan. Pialfin Yalfin 01. A look of worried flashed in Mo Xingyun's devilishly charming eyes. Everything proceeded smoothly until these two variables suddenly manifested. Should I work with these traitors? Thought Mo Xingyun. No, my situation is already terrible. If I'm labeled as a traitor, things will become worse. The heaven-devouring emperor died because many emperors from the myriad emperor world besieged him after knowing what he did. However, if he is discovered he is affiliated with the 7 moons, he will truly die once the era of these parasites ends. I don't need to worry so much. The only reason I'm going to the trouble of participating in this battle is to revive myself as swiftly as possible and reach my peak state in one fell swoop. So, it does not matter whether I fail since it only means it will take more time to revive myself. It is not easy for an emperor to revive themselves after death. The process takes time and resources. However, with the proper technique and resources, the time needed can be drastically decreased. The Heaven Will is one of the best resources for this task. As long as the Devour Emperor gets his hand on it, he can immediately revive himself and return to his peak state. There's a slight chance he might increase a few percentages of his Devour Grand Tao source. More importantly, I can revive in the lower dimension and have another chance. The Heaven Devour Emperor could not help but think about the thing inside the swallowing zone. This time, I don't need to use extreme means to get my hands on it. I can wait until it is complete. Better yet, I can sacrifice the 9 Devil God Worlds world source along with a few million greater, middle, and lower 1,000 worlds. After readjusting his state of mind, Heaven Devour Emperor felt more at ease. He gazed at the western quadrant. It might be difficult to force Chun Shun into a pawn to test Di Tian's situation. After what happened to Huang Yuan, the latter will be on guard. Furthermore, Chun Shun suddenly disappeared before the battle and did not even participate in the cleanup. So, he had no chance to scheme against him. Huang Yuan is truly a waste. According to the original plan, he had a high chance of surviving. I guess I should not blame, since even I didn't notice Fan Qianhan's anomaly. In his current state, he was limited by Mo Xingyun's body and cultivation realm. Although he could do some unique things, there were too many limits. Furthermore, there was no trust between the members of the Fate-Suppressing Alliance, so he never came into contact with Fan Qianhan. Since Chun Shun is unreliable, should I find another chess piece to test Di Tian? He still had a chance to use a sneak attack on Di Tian if the latter did not know about him. However, it would depend on whether his nine-extremity foundation was similar to Wang Wei. He is either similar to Wang Wei or weaker than him. So, let's see if a sneak attack will be successful. Mo Xingyun made a decision and immediately prepared. Ao Shun's ambitions. Outside the battlefield, the factions of the Myriad Emperor world had different reactions as they watched the battle. Although the war only started recently, two top contenders were already eliminated. During most battles, the Heaven Mystery Pavilion would release lists and information about the top contender. However, they offended Wang Wei in this generation after Old Chu divined a future for DTon, and after Wang Wei visited them for his Supreme Outlaw trial. They closed their gate and decided not to interfere with this generation. As such, other factions made lists and predictions. However, regardless of who made a list, people like Huang Yuan and Xiao Songxi would enter the top 20. However, now, these two were eliminated, soliciting different reactions from people. The Loose Cultivation Alliance was not surprised by this result. Although they were unhappy, many people predicted this outcome. After all, they knew most of Huang Yuan's achievement was the result of the Life and Death book. A few people managed to predict Fan Qianhan would be his downfall. Huang Yuan had too much hatred in his heart. Love and hate are often interchangeable. He once loved her beyond words he could describe. So, once she betrayed him, all his love turned into hatred. Many cultivators of the alliance suggested to Huang Yuan that he should kill her instead of maltreating her to such an extent. They believed as long as he did this, he would perfect and sublimate his Dao heart. Sadly, he refused to listen, and this led to his downfall. As such, after seeing his downfall at Fan Qianhan's hands, they could only sigh this was retribution. The upper echelons of the alliance only regretted they lost the Life and Death book. Although the book was technically their property, they would not dare ask the Dao opening sect for it. Xiao Songxi's downfall elicited a similar reaction, but only for the people of the Baishi clan. They knew from the star stage that Xiao Songxi had a minuscule chance of winning this battle. Unfortunately, to their disappointment, Xiao Songxi did not even begin his plan before someone eliminated him. The other Sea Race clans were sad, as they had many expectations for Xiao Songxi. Although their race has been prosperous, they still cannot compare to humans because of their lack of an eternal emperor. So, they hope to cultivate one in this generation full of destiny and luck. Unfortunately, few talented Heaven Chosens appeared in their Sea Race. Meanwhile, Xiao Songxi was half-human. Although he purified his bloodline and was now a full-blood Baishi clan, many people still viewed him as human. Regardless, they had no better choice but to count on him. Unfortunately, he failed. So, as they looked at him lying on the floor, they could only sigh in disappointment. Meanwhile, the demon race was both happy and worried. They were delighted by the might displayed by their venerable chief. Simultaneously, they feared the other races would gang up on him and eliminate him. After all, no race would want the demon race to have an eternal emperor. Although the situation of the Myriad Emperor world is no longer the same as the ancient Emperor era, where Eternals could do as they pleased, it would still bring devastating catastrophe to other races if the demon race was the final winner of this generation's battle. No one wanted a repeat of the Golden Ape Emperor or the Heaven-Devouring Emperor. So, many people were secretly watching the demon race, scheming how they would react once an eternal emperor appeared on the northern continent. Heaven will battlefield, northern quadrant. Mo Xingyun sensed the power of Devour, and it was a unique one from the Baishi clan. He once studied their clan's bloodline when creating his heaven-devouring physique, so he was curious after sensing their clan's unique aura. His curiosity allowed him to witness the battle between Ao Shun and Xiao Songxi. After the battle ended, Ao Shun detected his gaze and looked at him. The latter picked Xiao Songxi's body before returning to the demon race's side and activating the formation to hide all these pesky sights. Mo Xingyun frowned as he felt a slight greed flash in Ao Shun's eyes. Although the latter swiftly controlled his emotion and removed it, he still detected it. What is this guy planning? His intuition told him another variable might have opened up. Although Xiao Songxi is a waster, this generation is full of talent, he commented. Compared to his generation, most of the heaven-chosens of this era were on par with him, if not better. Given a chance, most of these people can become eternal emperors. As for Xiao Songxi, as a person who cultivated Devour Dao, he could not devour everything thrown at him. As such, he was a waste in the Heaven Devour Emperor's eyes. Roalpha Dialpha, Inu Omd pinnacle of the Devour Dao, is to be able to devour everything. A quasi-emperor can devour the attack of a third-class emperor. Of course, they could swallow it and not digest it. They should be able to turn the power devoured into reserve energy that increases their stamina or life energy for healing. Of course, Mo Xingyan knew for a quasi-emperor to achieve such a feat, they would need to spend millions of years swallowing the emperor's attack while the latter waited for them to do it. Pialpha Dialpha, no one, Omo Xingyan shook his head before ignoring the situation. He still had things to plan Southern Quadrant. Ao Shen looked at Xiao Song's body. He had processed the shock from knowing Wang Wei and DT on strength and could react more calmly. By now, he had calmed himself down, entering a state of rationality. The dragon race was used as the blueprint for many demon races, he thought. In many records, dragons are described as the head of a camel, the body of a snake, the scale of a fish, the paws of a tiger, the claws of an eagle, the ear of an ox, the horns of a deer, the eyes of a hare, and the belly of a clam. The descriptions sometimes vary with different animals, but the essence is dragons are composed of various animal parts. According to my inherited memories, the innate demon and primordial gods used different characteristics of the dragons to create a demon race while also modeling it after other innate creatures like the white tiger. To create me, the demon race combined the bloodline of different tribes, focusing on the physical characteristics of dragons. After years of research and acquiring a broken chaos treasure, their research succeeded, and I was born, albeit incomplete. Ao Shun became a complete and genuine innate dragon after absorbing the dragon blood from the secret realm Lu Meishu opened. With a calm composure, he opened Xiao Song's chest and took the latter's heart from him. Then, using a secret technique, he forced 9 drops of extremely bright red blood. My bloodline is already the combination of many demon races. But that's not enough, thought Ao Shun with brilliant eyes. I will fuse the Baishi clan's bloodline and swallow more bloodline. If I can fuse countless race bloodlines, especially powerful innate bloodlines, I might be able to create a dragon chaos bloodline, drastically increasing my strength. Maybe I can even use this chaos dragon bloodline to have the battle prowess of Dao Ancestor, and even Great Emperor. A light of madness flashed in Ao Shun's eyes as he pondered the feasibility of this plan. Darkness can contain all things similar to chaos, maybe except its opposite of light. Using this basis, I could use it as the seed for my chaos bloodline. Then, with the swallowing power of the Baishi clan, it will be easier for me to swallow and assimilate different bloodlines. Although this plan was crazy, Ao Shun felt it was worth the risks. So he sat cross-legged and absorbed Xiao Song's bloodline. Using the entire demon race's heritage or knowledge regarding bloodline, he created the Choice bloodline seed using his innate dragon bloodline and the Baishi clan bloodline. The first stage is complete, he thought as he felt the bloodline seed inside his body. Then, Ao Shun ordered all the demon races under his command to send him their bloodline source blood. Many demon races were shocked. Bloodline source blood was crucial for demons since it determined the quantity and purity of their bloodline. Even 1 drop could drastically weaken a demon's bloodline and weaken its strength and potential. Regardless of how unwilling they were, most understood their hope lay in the chief, so they gave 1 or 2 drops. Of occurs, a few demons refused, but Ao Shun was ruthless and killed all the people who refused. Then, he ruthlessly absorbed all their bloodline. Ao Shun subsequently entered a small retreat to absorb all these bloodlines. Jin is on the move. Ao Shun took a deep breath, ensuring he was in the best state possible. Then, he began to swallow these bloodlines and integrate them into the Chaos Seed. At first, everything proceeded smoothly. With the Bai Shi clan's devouring power, the process of swallowing these demons was easy. Furthermore, his innate dragon bloodline also contained the blueprints for many demon bloods. However, as he absorbed more bloodline source, Ao Shun had to face the will contained in them. Many of his generals and soldiers possessed Emperor bloodline, and these bloodlines contained traces of the Emperor's imprints in their will. As he absorbed more of them, he could feel these wills trying to twist his mind. He knew if he did not do anything, his soul and Chaos Seed would collapse. However, Ao Shun was a ruthless man, tempered by his experience in the martial hegemony world. He spent thousands of years being hunted down, killing and fighting people who wanted to drink his dragon blood, eat his dragon meat, pull his dragon muscle and dragon scale to make weapons, and even use his dragon soul. Due to that experience, he had tempered his willpower to an extremely high level. As such, he fought against these remnants of wills and imprints. They manifested in the form of various shadows that attacked his primordial spirit inside his sea of consciousness. Each of these shadows contained soul or mind attacks on par with the one he used on Xiao Songshi. However, Ao Shun did not give up and fought with all of them, until he destroyed everyone who tried to stop him. Although the process was dangerous, he experienced an unprecedented tempering that purified his soul and increased his willpower. Immortal Venerable Six-Leaf Strength, thought Ao Shun as he exhaled. My plan is feasible. Previously, he was only at the peak of 5-leaf, but now, he made a breakthrough in such a short period. He sensed the Dragon Chaos Bloodline Seed inside his body, releasing a power that nourished his body and slowly increased his overall prowess. Furthermore, Ao Shun knew he could use countless bloodline divine abilities. But it's not enough. Far from it, he thought with a frown. He waved his hand to summon Xiao Songsis' body. The latter was still alive, although barely. Ao Shun had removed most of his Baishi clan's bloodline, but he did not kill him. He used his divine sense to search for Xiao Songsis' soul. His original plan is interesting. According to Xiao Songsis' original plan, he needed to gather 7 people that broke the mortal-immortal barrier and used a special formation. The array would allow them to bring out most of the power of an innate treasure, thus achieving the battle prowess of Dao ancestors for a short period. As for which root of power they reached, it would depend on the strength of the 7 people. His plan is too flawed. It would be too difficult to get these 7 people together and trust each other enough to cooperate, especially this late in the competition. Although this generation had more than 7 people who broke the mortal-immortal barrier, the core issue would be to gather them together and work for one purpose. It's difficult to complete this plan, especially with my demon race identity. Ao Shun shook his head. Although he had an even lower chance of success than Xiao Songshi, he was willing to try as a last resort. Ao Shun gazed in the distance at the location of the sea race formation. He took one step and appeared in their location. Using Xiao Songsis' knowledge, he controlled this formation, granting him entrance access. Then, with a flick of his hand, he killed all the sea race's generals and soldiers. A swallowing vortex appeared in front of his body, absorbing the bloodline of these people, further nourishing his chaos seed. Ao Shun felt his power drastically increasing, approaching 7-leaf. He suddenly frowned as he felt a new power incubating inside his body. The ambitious dragon closed his eyes to sense this new power. Innate chaos law, he thought with some excitement. With this law, it will be easier to drive the development of his chaos bloodline. The innate chaos law is both good and bad news for me, he thought. The good news is obvious. However, the bad news is his heaven path tribulation will be 100 times more difficult because of this chaos law. However, I only need to worry about the tribulation if I fail this plan. And if I survive. Ao Shin squinted his eyes, focusing on the changes in his body. He guessed it would take some time before reaching Seven Leaf. Unfortunately, time was of the essence, given the current situation. It's not enough. I need more potent and pure bloodlines, preferably innate bloodlines, he thought. A few people appeared in his mind, and a ruthless light flashed in his eyes. Should I also swallow human emperor bloodline? After thinking about it for a moment, Ao Shun decided otherwise for a few reasons. The main one is that human emperor bloodlines manifested differently than other races. Human great emperors do not want their descendants to be restricted by their bloodlines, so it usually manifests in the form of cultivation talent, comprehension, special physiques, energy manipulation talent, potent and pure soul, body refining talent, etc. This is why human cultivators whose ancestors were powerful great emperors do not have powerful divine abilities derived from their bloodlines. Many of them even have mediocre talent due to the thinning of bloodline through generations. Another reason Ao Shun gave up was due to the potential danger this act would bring to the demon race. He did not want the world to see him as the next Heaven Devourer Emperor and used this excuse to exterminate his demon clan. Roalpha D'Alpha, in New Omelthaw, I can't absorb these people's bloodlines. I have alternatives, thought Ao Shin. There are plenty of people with bloodlines on this battlefield, some dormant and not even awakened. In his current state, his seed could sense hidden and thin bloodlines from people. Although these powers are weak, they are better than nothing. After making a preliminary plan, Ao Shun did not immediately leave, but decided to take some time to prepare. Central Quadrant. Jin, who was in the middle of a formation, suddenly opened his eyes. He used his divine sense to check something, frowning in the process. The Shi gathered is way less than I calculated. Jin was an expert in two things, body refining and Shi. If he cultivated law, his Dao would have been Dao. So, after entering this battlefield, he created a formation to gather Shi for his use. Could someone else be doing the same thing? But why can't I detect anything? While in deep thought, he suddenly felt something. The one in the north is dead? His frown deepened as he waited. A few minutes later, 3 people appeared before him. How is the situation? Asked Jin. I only gather a small amount in the east quadrant. I feel danger, so I followed your order and did not force it. The southern quadrant had no problem. I gathered enough Shi, but the quantity was less than calculated. I only gathered a small amount in the western quadrant. Jin looked at the last general with a questioning gaze. Pialpha and D'Alpha, no one, Oyen Jin, thought his general was acting cowardly, but he suddenly remembered something. Mo Xingyun once contacted him to join an alliance against Wang Wei and DT On. Additionally, another mysterious group contacted him for the same reason. There are rumors DT On is as much of a threat as Wang Wei. Could it be true? He frowned before gazing at the western quadrant. So be it, he said, and the third general sighed in relief. Let's mobilize. We are attacking the eastern quadrant. Continued Jin, sir. Isn't it too soon? Asked the first general. Wouldn't it be better to wait? With more people dead, the more Shi we can gather. The situation is changing with every passing second. There are too many variables, so let's attack first. We can test the opponent first and decide whether to take a prolonged approach. As you wish. But what about Lucy? He's dead, said Jin. Someone in the northern quadrant is capable of killing him? Jin nodded. He guessed these people might be the mysterious group who contacted him. He even deduced their identity and might be related to the traitors Wang Wei mentioned during the beginning of the cleanup. Should we avenge him? Yes, but not now. Jin felt it was not the best time to attack these people. After defeating Wang Chang's descendant and perfecting his Dao heart, he can learn the truth about these people and deal with them. All right, let's move. Under his order, his legion mobilized and teleported to the eastern quadrant. He did not waste time and directly attacked Wang Wei's group. Jin versus Li Jun 2. Tai Gang did not waste time and swallowed a pill. Bang! His aura drastically increased. He used his innate talent to connect to the undying talent. He did not only share their life force, but also borrowed their strength. Finally, he linked to Yin Liling's array, thus further sublimating his strength. Jin glanced at him with a frown. He instantly could tell the latter's power had reached the immortal venerable level through secret technique or other methods. Thus, it was short-lived. So, he ordered his Star Beast zombie to drag the battle until Tai Gang returned to normal. And not a good thing to be distracted in battle. Boom! After hearing this news, Jin instinctively crossed his arm over his chest. Then, a powerful force hit him, pushing him flying away countless light years away. Jin crashed into a star. The enormous celestial body exploded, creating a supernova. However, Jin was unharmed by both the explosion and Li Jun's attack. His body, muttered Jin with a frown. He controlled the muscles in his legs, gathering an enormous force. The space underneath Jin's foot cracked as he used it as leverage to jump with immense force. Through his sheer strength, his speed reached an indescribable level. So, in less than a zeptosecond, he appeared before Li Jun and punched him. However, the latter did not want to be outmatched, so he returned tit for tat. Boom! 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 The fists clashed, generating shockwaves that can easily destroy superclusters of galaxies. In less than a minute, they exchanged more than a quintillion punches. His fleshly body thought with an ugly expression. He expected Wang Wei to have a potent, fleshly body, but he did not expect the latter's general to have such a level. The worst thing is he did not feel the breath of the ancient desolate body refining scripture, but an entirely different body refining scripture. Damn it! Roared Jin his mind before increasing the strength used. He punched Li Jun, sending him flying away. Li Jun crashed through hundreds of planets and a dozen galaxies before stopping. However, his injuries were only superficial and healed instantly. What a wonderful body-refining technique. It's a shame. And what does that mean? Said Jin, who appeared before him. He had controlled his emotions and calmed down. Our sex, ancient desolate body refining scripture, is known for its difficulty to cultivate, but there are still many people with the talent. However, the threshold for your technique is probably even higher. I'm guessing your sect will be lucky to find 10 people capable of cultivating it to a high level, let alone willing to cultivate it in the first place. Jin knew the latter was correct. Since he created his technique, few people were willing to cultivate it. After all, the first step involved turning into a disgusting creature like zombie. Although cultivators can change back into humans, it requires achieving a high level. Unfortunately, his golden zombie art, now called immortal zombie art, is too difficult to cultivate. It requires immense suffering to absorb Shi. There is a high chance of going insane, which requires a high willpower to control, and the technique is weak to light Dao, Yang Dao, Thunder Dao, and Buddhist techniques in the early stages. Only by reaching the golden zombie stage will these weaknesses against positive Dao or powers be eliminated. Unfortunately, few people can reach such a stage. Jin gazed at Li Jun, using Power's coldness to remain calm. His obsession was proving his body-refining lineage was the best in the world. This obsession had made his Dao heart unable to reach perfection. The lack of perfection will not prevent Jin from proving the Dao or even becoming an eternal emperor. On the contrary, it will become his motivation to move forward until he defeats Wang Chong. Regardless, this lack of perfection can be exploited by others if he is not careful. And Li Jun has caught this flaw and used his word to affect his state of mind. So he decided to no longer play around as he sensed the aura of his Star Beast zombie was slowly but steadily decreasing. Jin turned his right hand into a claw shape and gathered his 66 primordial dragon force. His battle prowess reached the peak of 6-leaf. Claw, a colossal blue claw manifested before rushing toward Li Jun with unparalleled momentum time to get serious. Thought Li Jun as he summoned his proving Dao artifact. He held the spear in his hand tightly before stabbing forward. The power of slaughter gathered on the tip of his weapon, swiftly eradicating the claw. Ro Alpha Di Alpha in New however, Li Jun's attack did not stop and continued moving forward. In Jin felt a sense of crisis, so he evaded. Unfortunately, his action was predicted. Li Jun appeared before him and stabbed his head. In Jin felt an intense sense of danger. Typically, he would not care if his head was gone. However, he knew he could not tank this attack. Furthermore, it was also too late for him to completely evade. So, he moved his body, so the spear pierced his body, leaving a hole the size of an adult human palm. Immediately, In Jin blew with his mouth, and the force sent Li Jun a few meters away. Taking this opportunity, he distanced himself from his opponent. In Jin's complexion was not good-looking. Ro Alpha Di Alpha in New with a thought. In Jin controlled the In Chi in the surroundings to replenish himself. After all, too many people died in the Eastern Quadrant, affecting this entire battlefield. Unfortunately, In Jin discovered he could not control as many In Chi as he wished. And the culprit for this was Li Jun, who was looking at him calmly. Surprised, In Jin did not answer, retaining his calm and composed state. After seeing this, Li Jun chose not to say any more, since it was pointless. In Jin's absolute control of In Chi is based on his sublime control of Qi or energy. However, he is a pure body refiner and does not cultivate Law or Tao. Meanwhile, Li Jun's slaughtered Tao also involved Death Tao, which also involved In Chi. Suddenly, the void near In Jin rippled as a new power entered his body, replacing the power of In Chi. His aura changed as he not only regained his strength, but became higher and more powerful. Negative emotions, sins, this is the devil's karmic sins, analyzed Li Jun as he sensed the power entering In Jin's body. According to the information gathered on the ladder, he did not have this power. However, the Fate Shadow Guard did state he immediately entered a state of retreat after returning from the cleanup. So, he used the devil's karmic sins for his zombie art to reach a higher level. Analyzed Li Jun before waving his spear. Spear meteor. Millions of spears appeared in the empty space, rushing toward In Jin, who had an ugly expression. He had discovered a weird power that nullified his regeneration. The worst part is he could not remove it no matter what he did. In Jin divided his mind in two, focusing on the oncoming attack. He clapped his hands together, generating a shockwave that destroyed most of the spears. Banshee whale. Banshee are part of undead or ghost, or creatures that thrive on the soul, negative energy, or In Chi. In Jin opened his mouth to generate a sonic attack to stop the remaining spears. His attack was a two-prone method, attacking the spear and also affecting Li Jun's soul. Unfortunately, the latter did not respond, utterly ignoring his attempt. Furthermore, he did not stop all the spears, as 5 still reached. Bang! In Jin punched the nearest spear. He then used the force of the attack to push himself backward countless light years away. He stopped in a cluster of galaxies and absorbed the life energy they generated. The starry sky battlefield created for the heaven does not have life. However, the planets, stars, and galaxies themselves can be considered living, full of life energy. In Jin absorbed hundreds of them, hoping to heal himself. Unfortunately, he discovered he could store these energies, but could not make the hole in his chest heal. Damn it, what is this power? He thought. Unfortunately, he did not have long to contemplate and come up with a solution. Li Jun threw his spear, and the killing weapon was flying toward with unmatched momentum and the power to slaughter all living beings. Boom! In Jin clashed with a nearby planet, coughing a large mouthful of blood. His organs shook by the vibration from the planet, but he regenerated this time. Huh, the power of Yin-Yang? Uttered Li Jun as he looked at the black and white shield around In Jin. I understand. The process of cultivating your zombie art is turning into an undead before reverting to the living. So it makes sense you can control the power of Yin and Yang. You should also have some control of life and death. First move, Li Jun spent so much time fighting Yin Jin, even giving the latter so much time to remove the influence of his D realm, because he had a purpose. He wanted to study his use of willpower manifestation so he could reach the same realm. I've learned a lot, but it's not enough, he concluded. Willpower manifestation is not as simple as the name suggested. Li Jun has read about some other world communities' cultivation systems that train willpower to affect the world or even control the law or Tao. But this is not the same as the body refiner's willpower manifestation. These methods are, at best, a way to train to reach such a stage. The word manifestation represented a sublimation of their willpower to a higher form. This sublimation allowed body refiners to use their willpower the same way as Tao will, including using it to remove Emperor's Tao imprint in the Grand Tao source. And from the information he learned from his sister-in-law, Li Jun knew body refiners' willpower has more magical means than Tao will, and it's not one of the reasons their path is considered the best between Qi refiners, Tao comprehension, and soul path. It does not matter. I can use this experience as the foundation for later. Li Jun understood Yin Jin's success in his willpower manifestation was not because of his talent and willpower. After all, he did not lack behind the ladder in any of these categories. The main reason for his success is his pure dedication to body refining and the battle between life and death. Unfortunately, he was not a pure body refiner and did not have a similar life and death experience. Time to end this battle, he declared. How arrogant, sneered Yin General, however. The two suddenly sensed something and looked in a direction. Li Jun's face changed as he saw what had happened. A shadow suddenly appeared and broke through their group's formation. Then, the shadowy figure headed directly toward Yan Liling. The shadowy figure waved his hand to shoot a brilliant light cannon that ravaged the location Yan Liling stood. Everything in the light beam's path was instantly atomized, including the surrounding space-time. The golden light that shone in the dark space in an area of millions of light years slowly disappeared, showing Yan Liling standing in the same path with a cauldron floating above her head. Besides her slightly elevated breathing, she appeared intact. Then, she looked at the assassin with red eyes. If not for her defense cauldron, she might have died in this attack, since it reached the peak of 3-leaf. Cauldron of Strength, another cauldron appeared next to her, full of designs of the demon race, innate demon, and primordial gods. Suddenly, a savage aura emanated from Yan Liling's body as she rushed toward the assassin. In less than an instant, she was before him and punched him. Boom! The assassin's training allowed him to defend himself instinctively by crossing his arms. Sadly, the attack pulverized his skin, muscles, tendons, and bones, leaving 2 empty sockets for arms. Yan Liling was an alchemist and had little time to dedicate her time to temper her body to the level of true power Tao realm. In her 9 Cauldron art, she created ways for alchemists to use fire to purify their skins, muscles, organs, bones, and blood, thus achieving a high level of body refining. However, she was not satisfied, so she created the Cauldron of Strength, condensed through countless body refining pills, demon race blood, and bloodline purification pills. As long as she summons the cauldron, her fleshly body will be blessed and reach an unimaginable level. Bang! Bang! Yan Liling punched twice, instantly destroying the assassin's legs. She rendered him useless by leaving only his torso. Subsequently, she condensed the Cauldron of Soul. The purpose of this cauldron is to boost her soul. She used it to help her refine pills, using it to replenish her lost spiritual power while engraving divine runes. This cauldron is one of the main reasons she can succeed in creating immortal pills. With this cauldron, Yan Liling wanted to search the assassin's soul for information. Although angered beyond words, she was rational enough to know what was necessary at the current moment. Unfortunately, she failed. A seal suddenly activated, annihilating the assassin's soul and brain. Yan Liling frowned deep in thought. "Was that you?" asked Li Jun, his eyes red. Adding to his crimson hair, he seemed the incarnation of death and slaughter. No, it wasn't, replied Jin calmly before sneering. But so what if it was? You should know nothing is off limit in this battle. Good, said Li Jun with a hoarse voice, making Jin tremble. Death of all sentient beings. A small and simple red spear appeared before Li Jun. However, after seeing it, Jin trembled. A terrifying power locked him, telling him he could not escape. From this simple spear, he saw all the ways someone could kill any life forms that fall in the category of sentient beings. Death by decapitation, death by weapons, death by poison, death by disease, death by mental breakdown, death by loneliness and sadness, death by war, etc. I can't stop this spear, Jin thought, followed by, I will die. The fear of death began to overwhelm his mind, so he had to bite the tip of his tongue, using pain to regain control of his body and mind. Without hesitation, he used his last trump card, the Star Beast Zombie. Jin wanted to fuse the latter, thus drastically increasing his strength. Unfortunately, he discovered his opponent had already severed or killed the connection between him and the zombie. Roalpha D'Alpha and knew Ompton no one. As such, the body Dao Cave has multiple Emperor artifacts. With the artifact, the spear barely slowed down. You're a talented individual, Jin, said Li Jun, his voice terribly calm. Unfortunately, your luck and destiny are subpar. You were born in the wrong era and lost to our sex ancestors. And now, you also woke up in the wrong era and will lose to his descendants. Li Jun waved his hand to manifest an Emperor artifact that looked like a turtle shell, suppressing Jin's artifact. Then, the spear continued his journey, bringing him closer to death. Jin still remained calm as he analyzed the situation. He knew he could not use another Emperor artifact in his current state, especially since the enemy could do the same. He knew it would be best to bring out more power from the glove artifact he was using instead of bringing out more of them. So, he continued pondering. My only chance is to use my willpower to boost my defense. Jin entered a deep, focused state, trying to mobilize the new power he awakened. Unfortunately, his luck or foundation had run out. In such a short time, he could not successfully comprehend a decent defensive method using his willpower. So, the spear continued its journey of destruction, death, and annihilation. When it was less than a meter away from him, Jin found his lower body rapidly disintegrated into infinitely small particles. So, he watched his life pass him as the spear slowly approached. Luckily for him, fate was on his side. After the spear reached less than 50 centimeters from him, its power fluctuated violently, as if it had lost control. Opportunity, thought Jin as he moved his only remaining head to open a space portal and left the eastern quadrant. Meanwhile, Li Jun calmly watched him disappear before teleporting to see his wife. How are you? He asked as he held her in his arms. I'm fine. Do you know what happens? Any idea who did it? Tong Ruobing, declared Yin Liling. Her? What makes you say that? The assassin used an array-breaking talisman, and it was a mortal tear. Then, it also used an immortal tear light erasure talisman. Only she has such capability. You might be right, nodded Li Jun. However, we should also consider the possibility that the traitors and Mo Xingyun are trying to frame her, plotting against us using her. Yin Liling agreed with this analysis. However, her intuition told her this was Tong Rubing's doing. What do you want to do with it? She asked, looking at the Star Beast zombie Tai gang defeated and captured. Do you want to use it as material to increase the Puppet Legion? Li Jun shook his head. High-tier power is more important than the low-tier legions. This thing already has immortal tier strength. With a few changes, Kai Song can turn it into a powerful puppet. That's good. Central quadrant, in an isolated array. Jin's head appeared, and he breathed in relief. This Li Jun is not only strength, but his battle IQ is even more insane, he muttered before beginning his healing journey. He saved a lot of his Yin Qi as a last resort, and now he would use it to heal himself. So, using the Yin Qi, numerous pills, and resources in his space ring, Jin swiftly returned to his peak state. This defeat meant nothing, he muttered. Plus, I still have a chance. He looked in a direction, his eyes twinkling. Jin's fate. Jin looked into the western quadrant, deep in thought. He pondered for a few minutes before a ruthless light flashed in his eyes. Blood energy, he muttered to himself. His zombie art was technically an evil technique. After all, zombies were abominations, creatures whose existence is rejected by heaven and earth since they defy the order of samsara. As such, there's one way Jin could use to increase the speed of cultivating his art: absorbing blood energy. By absorbing the yang energy from flesh and blood of creatures, he can balance the yin qi in the zombies' bodies, thus accelerating the cultivation of the technique and ensuring users can reach the golden zombie stage and revert to a living creature. Additionally, absorbing souls can also accelerate this technique since they are in nature. However, he has never done such a thing throughout his entire cultivation journey. He even warned future descendants of the Body Dao cave never to use this method. Jin had many reasons. Firstly, doing so would garner heavenly tribulations, making cultivating his technique even more difficult. He knew heavenly Dao would never allow any shortcut for such a powerful technique. The second reason was karmic sins. If someone used the crooked method to cultivate his technique, Buddhist technique, and yang power would still remain the nemesis of this art, even after reverting to a living creature. Jin desired to create the best technique, so he would not allow such an apparent weakness. Finally, absorbing other people's flesh and blood energy would make the fleshly body less pure, making it difficult to continue cultivating in the future. But now, I have no choice. Thought in general he would deal with the side effects later by purifying his body. And since he won't kill many people, he won't have to worry about karmic sins. I need to be swift, he planned. Rush straight for Tion, kill him, and absorb his flesh and blood. His generals will be a pain, but as long as I use my most powerful state and attack, I can quickly get rid of them. Jin took a moment to review his plan and perfect it. He decided to imprison these generals before going straight for Tion. He is the king and my goal. I will have a chance to prove the Tao in this generation as long as I get his blood energy. After making a plan, he no longer hesitated. He summoned his Emperor artifact and put the gloves on. Bang! A colossal cosmic being appeared in the western quadrant, right in front of Tion's group. The being did not have skins, eyes, mouths, and noses like creatures of flesh and blood. Instead, it had a body made of mountains, rivers, forests, volcanoes, and his two eyes were the moon and the sun. As soon as the cosmic being appeared, it attacked Di Jiaying, making the latter's face contort. This attack has broken the limit of 7 leaf and is approaching the peak of 8 leaf. Di Jiaying instantly knew she could not block this attack with her current strength. However, she did not despair. Galv Buchin, she roared through divine sense. Then, a golden armor suddenly manifested out of nowhere, and she equipped it. Devil, she roared, and Gluttony immediately lent her his power. A country's sacrifice, a tyrant can sacrifice millions of people for its benefit, and they can even sacrifice the very people they should be protecting and governing. A tyrant's will and desires are above everything, including the lives of all sentient beings. Di Jiaying raised her to create a black, red shield that contained countless grievances, hatred, and curses. The essence of this shield was the lives and souls of countless people sacrificed by their king or monarch. The sad part is even if these people are unwilling, they have no choice but to protect this tyrant, because his will is absolute. Boom! Jin's fist hit the protective shield. The shockwave of their clash did terrible damage to the surrounding million galaxies. Additionally, a whale full of sadness traveled throughout most of the western quadrant, and its origin was the shield. Di Jiaying's shield cracked, but it withstood the attack, at least temporarily. Her body trembled as she mobilized power beyond her limit. With her tyrant Tao, She gathered more grievances to reinforce the seal. It was as if she was sacrificing trillions of lives every passing second, but these souls did not seem real. However, that was the brilliance of her technique. It ignored the concept of reality and illusion, or real and falseness. As soon as Injin appeared, someone noticed him, Dtion. He opened his eyes and looked at the cosmic being attacking his camp. Is that the body ancestors, heaven and earth body? Roalpha Dialpha knew Ombust on his judgment. There were two brilliant body refining techniques from this era where chi refining dominated. The ancient desolate body refining scripture and the heaven and earth body. And if he had to choose the better of the two, he would choose the former. The heaven and earth body was a brilliant body refining technique, but the downside was it took too many resources to cultivate. This is why it was not as popular as the ancient desolate body refining scripture. Pialpha and Dialpha, no one. Oh, however, the resources required were scary. To temper the skin, a cultivator must absorb the protective shield that protects a world. Whether it is lower, middle, greater, or heavenward world, there's a protective shield around it as they float in the endless void. And the first step of this technique is to absorb that protective shield into the skin. For the muscles, the cultivator must absorb the spirit veins of the world. Afterward, the muscle will have endless spiritual chi to nourish them. The bones require world source for the tempering process. The organs will require the 5 elements for the different Zhang organs. Mountains for the earth element, forests for the wood element, oceans for the water elements, earth cores for the fire element, and ore veins for the metal element. Finally, the eyes will absorb stars and moons. Dtion even knows some people in the body Tao cave suggested tempering the brain by absorbing heavenly Tao. This technique was genuinely brilliant, and the body ancestor was an unparalleled genius. Sadly, few people can cultivate this technique to success due to the talent and resources needed. Dtion calmly watched Injin's state and detected the latter was only using a spell to imitate the heaven and earth body. I can sense one wise power from him. It should be a spiritual hint. Is he using a discarded pawn to test me? Analyze Dtion before making a move. A towering black and white hand appeared, even larger than Injin's current body. As he gazed at that hand, the body refiner felt death approaching him, and he realized he was powerless. At that moment between life and death, his eyes became bright and pure, untainted by any haze. This is the end of my road, he thought. Bang! The void fluctuated. Escape? Why did he save him? Frowned Dtion, who thought Injin was a sacrificial pawn. He knew Wang Wei never did anything without reason, so he analyzed the latter's purpose. Could he be acquiring another general? He felt this conclusion was wrong. However, after thinking about it for a few seconds, he could not deduce a reason he was satisfied with. So, he gave up and prepared to close his eyes. He muttered with a frown. He noticed something else that also required his attention. Central quadrant. Injin appeared in his regular form. However, he was in terrible shape. He was skinnier than bones. His face was full of wrinkles and age spots, and his hair was all white. His body had entered its twilight moment. Ha ha ha! A discarded pawn, he muttered wryly, his body exuding an incomprehensible sadness. No, I guess I'm still a valuable pawn. Injin could not help but remember Li Jun's words. He was born in the wrong era. I lost to Wang Chong, but now, even after abandoning my values, I lost to his descendant and even became a pawn. He sighed heavily. This battle was a great blow to him. Well, it doesn't matter. Since I am alive, there's hope. The word given up was not part of Injin's vocabulary. When he was immortal, he knelt for 5 years before being accepted by the Body Dao cave. In those 5 years, he did not eat or drink, and his body was on the verge of falling after only 3 months. But he resisted and used his willpower to sustain himself. Back then, he was prepared to spend his mortal lifespan, roughly 80 to 90 years, kneeling before someone accepted him. And after his failure against Wang Chong, he sealed himself and spent at least a dozen times longer than usual to wash away his karma, using the experience to temper himself and improve. I only need to sleep for a few more million years. Jin exhaled deeply before uttering, I give up this battle. A white light flashed on his body, and Jin knew he was officially eliminated from this battle. Walking a thin line. Eastern Quadrant. Wang Wei calmly watched Jin's confrontation with Di Jiaying. After seeing his form, he also thought of the body ancestors, heaven and earth body. His fate shadow guard got their hands on that technique, and he had to agree it was superior to his ancient desolate body refining scripture. Simultaneously, he also thanked the heavens that the body ancestor was a good-hearted individual after studying that technique. According to his analysis, the body ancestor's strength reached one root Tao ancestor before getting his hands on the heaven will, and that's a minimum prediction. And after proving the Tao, his strength was on par with Eternal Supremes, meaning above 25% Grand Tao Source. If the latter wanted to absorb the myriad Emperor world to cultivate his technique, no one at that age could stop him. No, this man had the potential to be a catastrophe to the entire lower dimension. If he had the ambition to open the gate of power before ascending, he would have to destroy countless heaven will worlds in his cultivation process. Wang Wei theorized the latter used thousands of great thousand worlds to temper his fleshly body, destroying these worlds in the process. Or he found many destroyed worlds from the innate acquired war and used them for his cultivation. It's a shame this technique takes too much time and requires too many resources. Not to mention the karma debts from destroying these worlds, he pondered. He often sighed and praised the body ancestor's genius and madness for creating such a technique. After all, no sane person would create such a thing. However, after many analyses and discussions with Wu Hong, he realized the appearance of this technique was inevitable. The cultivators in the ancient emperor era studied heaven and earth to perfect the cultivation civilization. Array masters studied innate formations. Alchemists, talisman makers, and weapon refiners studied divine runes found in nature. So, it's not out of the ordinary for someone to use nature as the foundation for a body refining technique. However, the body ancestor took things to the extreme. He used the idea that the human body contains a universe and slowly turned into one. Of course, Wang Wei also understood why the body ancestor's dream of creating a supplementary body refining technique for the origin system did not work. If he made his heaven and earth body, the cultivators of the myriad emperor world would definitely be the best in the lower dimension. However, they would also become a scourge civilization, invading countless world communities and destroying millions of worlds. And the final fate of such a civilization would be worse than the devil race. It would prosper for a short period before becoming extinct. Wang Wei calmly watched the battle, and when Di Tian took action, he sent Jin away. Di Jiaying sighed in relief. The armor on her body turned into numerous motes of lights, disappearing into the unknown. She was not surprised by this fact. Gao Buchan's talent was very high, but he did not quite reach Yen Liling and Tong Rubing's level. This also meant he could not create immortal tier artifacts. However, he could create temporary ones who would disappear after a short use, similar to talismans. Roalpha Dialpha Na on the entire process was so fast that she could not even react. For a moment, she felt the shadow of death looming over her head. Clink! A hooded figure appeared and blocked the attack for Di Jiaying. Unfortunately, the latter was also slightly too late. The assassin's dagger spewed a black light that grazed Di Jiaying's sides. Wang Ju, said Di Tian's shadow, also called the Silent Sleeper, in a hoarse voice. However, Wang Ju did not answer him as she sensed a terrifying gaze. She did not waste time as she dispersed. It was like she was never here in the first place. Damn it, suddenly said Di Jiaying, catching the attention of the others. They saw a mysterious shadow-esque power emanating from her injuries. Shadow-based poison? Asked Gao Buqin. It should be. Can you remove it? Does it look like I can remove it? She snarled, and Gao Buqin decided to keep his mouth shut. Gluttony remained quiet, as always. Meanwhile, Silent Sleeper did not immediately aid her, but looked at his master. Di Tian frowned as he knew he had already lost the initiative. Wang Wei's move made him display one of his general's trump cards. Subsequently, whether he or Silent Sleeper takes action to remove this poison, they will further reveal information about them. And in this battle, information is power. After pondering for a moment, he motioned for his shadow to take action. The best option is for the latter to take action and reveal his information instead of him. Furthermore, he can also gather information from his opponent from this opportunity. Silent Sleeper moved next to Di Jiaying and used his power to remove the shadow poison. The process was not smooth, and he had to use quite an effort before succeeding. "You guys have disappointed me," said Di Tian, his voice colder than usual. "Don't let it happen again." The group's body involuntarily trembled. They knew Wang Wei's group was their greatest obstacle, but after the first confrontation, they lost the initiative, which could lead to their defeat later in the battle. "We want," replied Di Jiaying with gritted teeth. Di Tian didn't say anything else and returned to his closed-eyes state. He did not wholly blame them as he realized his strategy for this battle was too passive. Eastern Continent. Wang Ju appeared next to Wang Wei and handed him the information gathered in this strategy. Although she also revealed her strength, the knowledge she acquired was worth the price paid. "Modify our plans accordingly," said Wang Wei before taking one last look at in general. He spared the latter because of his talent. So, he plans to traffic him into the upper dimension to fight for the resistance against the Seven Moons. And of course, Injin also owes him karma. Rho Alpha D Alpha in Nuom's Central Quadrant, planet AF 568979. Tong Ruobing was talking to someone through a communication array. "I've done what I promised," she said. "Yes, but you fail." "So? I told you it would not work." "Did you try your best?" "I wasted 2 immortal tier talismans." "What else do you want me to do? Personally take action?" She retorted. The other person did not answer, so she sneered. "Even you don't dare directly attack him, but you want me to be your pawn? Do you think I'm stupid?" All right. I know you did your best. I don't want to waste time with you," said Tong Ruobing. "I only agree with your alliance because you said you had a way to deal with the 2 of them. I believe you because of your identity, but so far, you have shown me no proof." Parasite frowned. He could tell she was becoming impatient. She is still useful, so it is not time to become enemies, he calculated. Then, he waved his hand to send something to her across billions of light years in an instant. Tong Ruobing opened her formation and received the package. It was a binding contract backed by true heavenly Tao. "Sign it, and I can tell you some of our plans." Tong Ruobing only glanced at the contract before saying, "I won't sign anything I don't know much about." She could tell the contract was of high level, most likely something from the upper dimension. "I have shown you our sincerity," said Parasite. "I'm willing to swear a grand Tao oath not to reveal a word. Take this deal, or we can part ways." "Are you threatening me?" asked Parasite with red eyes. "I'm simply telling you my terms," she replied calmly, gazing directly into his eyes. After more than a minute of constant staring and no communication, someone relented. "Fine, but I don't want any loopholes. Be straightforward in your wording." Tong Ruobing no longer hesitated and made the oath. Then, Parasite told them of their trump card, an artifact that can strike with the power of a third-class emperor. Her eyes lit up as she knew this weapon was enough to deal with Wang Wei and Di Tian's 9-Extremity Foundation. Now, her only concern is how many times they can use this weapon. If it's more than 2 times, she has to find ways to deal with them afterward. "It's a shame I cannot secretly reveal the news to Wang Wei and Di Tian. Now, you should have more confidence in our alliance." "Indeed," replied Tong Ruobing. "I did not expect Designer to be so capable." Yin Liling and her achievement of creating immortal tier pills and talismans are enough for them to be forever entrenched in the annals of history. However, Designer can even make such a weapon. Of course, she also understood it's primarily because he has access to a much higher civilization. Well, be prepared, continued Parasite. When the time is right, I will contact you. Tong Ruobing ended the communication deep in thought. When I talked to designer, he seemed to have some desire for me. Maybe I can use that to my advantage. She was not entirely sure as their conversation was brief. However, Tong Ruobing noticed the glint in the latter's eyes when they talked. Furthermore, he attempted to communicate with her twice again, but Parasite seemed to have intervened. Tong Ruobing noticed someone approaching her location. "It's her," she muttered, looking at Jingwu Hua. Tong Ruobing versus Jingwu Hua. Tong Ruobing remembered seeing Jingwu Hua during Gu Xian's deception trial. Her battle against the immortal child caught her attention because she felt Jingwu Hua did not use all her strength despite losing. And given the strength displayed by the latter, Tong Ruobing took notice of her and actively searched for information to know her details. She learned she was a heaven chosen from a past era, and she most likely failed the heaven will battle once. Tong Ruobing walked out of the formation, glancing at her opponent. "What do you want?" "Isn't it obvious?" replied Jingwu Hua with a frown. "The battle has just begun. There is no need for people of our level to fight." Tong Ruobing did not want to fight, at least not now. She did not want to reveal her powers, abilities, and trump cards. People like you become more dangerous as time passes, so it's a good strategy to eliminate them early, calmly replied Jingwu Hua. "Confident, aren't we? You should know confidence is one of the basic qualities to reach this far." "True," replied Tong Ruobing, but something flashed deep in her eyes. "Can I ask you a question?" "Why would I answer?" "If you do, I promise not to use the formation behind me or my legion." Jingwu Hua frowned. She knew her opponent's primary Dao was one of the professions, and she was one of the best in her fields. As such, Tong Ruobing will have the advantage when using formations. Additionally, Jingwu Hua knew her opponent's Dao would make her legion very scary. After all, if Tong Ruobing and the Great Talisman City decided to use a large number of resources on this legion, equipping them with thousands of powerful talismans, they would be a force to reckon with. "Fine. Ask your question. How did you lose your first battle? Were you not as powerful now, or did you meet a peerless genius?" "That's your question?" "Yes." Jingwu Hua frowned for a few seconds. "The answer is both." "Is that so? Who did you lose to?" "That's more than one question." "Are you not going to keep your word?" asked Tong Ruobing with a slightly colder tone. Jingwu Hua snorted coldly. "It was the Flame Emperor. Him. It is rumored he was a master alchemist and reached the pinnacle of the Flame Dao." "Indeed." Jingwu Hua lied, and effortlessly at that. "She lost to that devil, the heaven-devouring emperor. That battle was scary as he swallowed 95% of the participants, and only a few were lucky enough to escape. However, her father did fight and lost to the Flame Emperor. However, he sealed himself and woke up during the Middle Emperor era and proved the Tao. Her father's example is why she could remove the shadow of her defeat. He's the reason her Tao heart remained intact. After all, her father lost to Flame Emperor while cultivating the same Tao. According to him, this was the most humiliating defeat in his cultivation journey. However, he overcame this obstacle and became a first-class emperor. If I remember correctly, the Flame Emperor proved the Tao in the period between the collapse of the Incense era and the beginning of the Devil era. That's a long time. With your status, why didn't you wake up earlier? All emperor lineages will have sealed heaven chosen. However, these people will not immediately be awakened after washing away their karma. Only some people can be sealed in the first place. So, these factions will wait for the proper generation full of destiny and opportunity to wake these heaven chosens. And they also have to consider whether there is anyone to represent them in that generation. After all, these sealed heaven chosens are not as trusted and worthy as their own people. They don't know much about them besides the records left to the sect. So, for all they knew, These sealed heaven chosens might no longer be as loyal to their factions. Lastly, most of these sealed people are very unlucky individuals, and this might not change after waking up. However, if a heaven chosen has a certain status before being sealed, the situation will be different. I have answered all your questions, Jingwu Hua replied calmly. She did not want to continue this conversation and accidentally revealed more information. Fair enough, said Tong Ruobing, preparing for battle. She only wanted to use the sore spot in the latter's heart to disturb her mind and have an advantage in this battle. However, she could not detect whether her plan was successful or not. Spirit of 10,000 ancestors, Jingwu Hua no longer wasted time and went on the offensive. She activated one of her many bloodline abilities and summoned many of the ancestors of her Golden Crow clans. Millions of golden crows manifested, burning with golden flames. The slight heat released from the flame could burn hundreds of galaxies, killing trillions of sentient beings. The crows flew toward their target with the sole purpose of reducing her to ashes. Peak 5, Leaf, she has become way more powerful since the trial, analyzed Tong Ruobing. Regardless, she was calmed and waved her hand frowny face, freezing domain talisman. Roalpha Dialpha, Inu Am in an instant. The golden crows, the surrounding million galaxies, matter, energy, and space-time all froze. It was like a winter storm hit a supercluster of galaxies, turning everything in its path into ice. Bang! Jingwu Hua burst out from her cocoon of ice, brilliant golden flame emanating from her body. Her talisman Dao is very versatile, granting her extreme mastery over ice and Yin Dao. Since their existence, the Golden Crow has mastered fire and Yang Dao, and ice and Yin Dao are their nemesis. What is the best approach to fighting an opponent like her? Use long-distance spells or use hand-to-hand combat. Jingwu Hua could not decide because she had too much to lose once she made the wrong choice. She needed to prove the Dao to ascend and search for her father's whereabouts. Tong Ruobing calmly watched her. She's taken too long. Is this some kind of trap to lower my guard? She frowned as she sensed things were not as they seemed. So, she waved her hand to create numerous ice spears, testing the water. Jingwu Hua subconsciously avoided most of the attacks. As for the ones she could not, her golden flame took care of them. After more than half a minute of testing the water, Tong Ruobing went on the offensive. Absolute imprisonment. 4 runes formed a cage to imprison Jingwu Hua. The terrifying power of Yin suppressed the flames on her, almost extinguishing them. Damn it, this is not the time to be indecisive. Pure Yang body, she injected a terrifying amount of pure Yang energy into her body, mainly her blood. Her aura drastically increased as the power of her fleshly body also improved exponentially. Most body refiners will have a high amount of Yang energy in their bodies. It is why their blood will emit heat and have an effect against Yin creatures like ghosts or souls. Using this fact, Jingwu Hua developed a technique to increase the power of her fleshy body. As a demon race with royal bloodline, her physical body was not bad compared to ordinary genius body refiners. But now, she successfully reached another level. Bang! Jingwu Hua tore apart her imprisonment before rushing toward her opponent. Tong Ruobing immediately displayed her high combat IQ and used numerous talismans targeting body refiners. Curse of Weakness Talisman, Pialpha Alpha, No One, Stamina Draining Talisman, Force Dispelling Talisman. Regrettably, Jingwu Hua bulldozed through these talismans, making them ineffective. Without stopping, she rushed toward Tong Ruobing and punched her. To her surprise, Tong Ruobing only flew a few dozen kilometers after crossing her arm to block. A talisman that disperses force, analyzed Jingwu Hua. Then, her face suddenly changed. No, she also used a talisman that absorbed the Yang energy in my body. However, Jingwu Hua did not even detect when the talisman entered her body. She guessed it must have been when her body contacted Tong Ruobing's cross-armed. What's going on? Why can't I remove the talisman? The Duyi realm. She did not expect her opponent to reach this stage. Jingwu Hua quickly mobilized her Duyi realm to counter. Unfortunately, she realized hers was too weak. She only entered the Duyi realm during the divine body realm. Instead of tempering her body and opening the orifices using the flame of good fortune, she turned it into the flame of pure yang and used it instead. Unfortunately, she barely trained her Duyi realm and was only in the 3rd stage. Meanwhile, Tong Ruobing had reached the 9th stage. While Jingwu Hua was trying to stop her talisman, Tong Ruobing did not give her more time and went on the offensive. 5 trigram sealing talisman. 5 paper talismans appeared to make a circle with Jingwu Hua in middle. They connected to form a star above her head. The Emperor offspring felt threatened as she sensed the immense sealing power heading for her. No choice. I have to use that method. Jingwu Hua did not think she had to use this method so soon in the battle. This was one of her final trump cards. Bang! A strange aura emanated from her body, making Tong Ruobing squint. Her heart trembled. That's impossible. Tong Ruobing versus Jingwu Hua too. Jingwu Hua had many runes on her, similar to when she was in the supernatural realm. However, the runes were not on her skin but floated around her. The runes were beautiful and mysterious as they displayed the charm of the Tao. Tao sounds or musing emanated from them, displaying the people to allow people to understand the Tao better. In an instant, she became noble, supreme, grand, and mighty. Emperor Body Awakening, muttered Tong Ruobing, unable to contain her shock. The technique of awakening was something only emperors could achieve after Grand Tao Source nourished their pseudo-Tao body. A great emperor's Tao body is a manifestation of their foundation during the mortal stage of cultivation. It's the result of their chi/energy, physical body, innate talent, divine abilities, bloodline, soul, willpower, and even Tao heart. As such, after awakening, a great emperor's strength will increase by a few percent, depending on the individual. From tier 10 and above, the Grand Tao Source's percentage determines strength. However, the awakening can give people of similar percentage a winning edge over the other. Of course, this is not the reason the Tao body awakening is crucial to great emperors. This technique is one of the main ways Eternal Supremes are born. Their awakening can boost their strength by at least 1%, allowing them to kill Eternal Emperors with only 20% Grand Tao Source. The awakening technique is why people who broke the mortal-immortal barrier have a higher chance of becoming Eternal Supreme. Their Tao foundation is so strong that it manifests in the shape of the Emperor Body Awakening. Wu Hong once told Wang Wei that his 9-extremity foundation would grant him a 5% Grand Tao Source boost, and it would manifest in his awakening. Tong Ruobing knew a little about the importance of this technique. So, she could not control her emotions after seeing Jingwu Hua's current state. No, something is not right, she muttered, controlling herself and observing. According to the record she read, the awakening often manifested in the shape of an armor made of runes. The records also dictated it could also take the form of different weapons, wings, animals, or various odd shapes, but they were all made of Tao runes or rhymes. However, Jingwu Hua's runes seemed scattered and with no shape as they floated before her. Roalpha Dialpha, Na Omen Emperor Offspring has too many trump cards, calculated Tong Ruobing with slight envy. She could imagine how many trump cards Jingwu Hua's parents left for her. And these trump cards would be things allowed within the rules and regulations. I need to finish this battle as quickly as possible before something unexpected occurs. Tong Ruobing waved her hand, and a talisman appeared before her frowny face atomized beam talisman. Tong Ruobing discovered it was challenging to create talismans involving the Supreme Outlaw. And using law resonance, she could, at best, bring about 70 to 80% of their powers. She then experimented with refining a physical talisman and discovered how difficult the process was. Furthermore, she has to survive a terrifying thunder tribulation afterward. However, she lusted after their tremendous power and sought a way to use their full power. Her solution was to use one of their sub-Dao and elevate it to a higher level. The Atomized Beam Talisman used the atomization from Destruction Dao and elevated it to a level on par with its superior. So, a terrifying beam rushed toward Jingwu Hua, eradicating anything in its path. Numerous black holes appeared on the beam's path as it tore through space and collapsed the surrounding gravity. Swish! Jingwu Hua evaded this powerful attack that was traveling an unquantifiable amount of times faster than the speed of light. Speed and slowness are a concept of yin and yang. So, she used her yang Dao to control the Dao of speed. The beam changed direction and followed her. For the next 15 seconds, it followed Jingwu Hua everywhere she went, preventing her from escaping. Finally, she rushed toward Tong Ruobing, intending to lead the attack back to its owner. Jingwu Hua evaded all of the talismans in her path before reaching her destination. Damn it, she cursed. She used her bloodline ability, Fiery Eyes, to see the unseen, the truth, and the unknown. Unfortunately, it was only after reaching Tong Ruobing she discovered it was fake. The heat from Jingwu Hua's body eviscerated Tong Ruobing's illusion. Then, she turned around to face the beam. Nine Yang Flame, a pure red flame that embodied the ultimate of Yang energy, shot out from Jingwu Hua's mouth, confronting the atomization beam. Boom! The Saintess of the Golden Crow survived the attack. However, she was not intact, as a hole appeared in the lower left quadrant of her stomach, leaving the left part of her body in a moon shape. Luckily, I had used my Duyi realm as a defense, analyzed Jingwu Hua while scanning around her with her eyes and divine sense. Phoenix Flame, she gathered the life, yang, aspect from life and death, yin yang, and combined it with her flame Dao to create a flame full of life and the power of regeneration. With a boost from her Duyi realm, she was barely healing from this injury. Space Bomb Talisman, a cube the size of a basketball, appeared before Jingwu Hua and exploded. To create the cube, Tong Ruobing compressed a large amount of space comparable in size to hundreds of the myriad Emperor World's domains into a cube before detonating them. Rho Alpha D Alpha Inu on space turbulence created by this explosion was enough to destroy thousands of middle thousand worlds. Boom! Jingwu Hua's flame burned the space around her. However, the shockwave from the explosion crashed into her, injuring most of her organs. World of Yang. Nine suns suddenly appeared above Jingwu Hua's head, burning the surrounding billions of light years. Tong Ruobing could no longer hide and showed up. Then, nine massive golden crows rushed toward with the power to incinerate the world. Tong Ruobing wanted to take action, but discovered her actions were very slow. Her movement, thinking, origin essence operation, and even law control became extremely slow. Soul-protecting talismans appeared in her sea of consciousness, breaking the effect of this attack on her soul. Her thinking returned to normal, and she swiftly analyzed the situation. A domain that boosts her Yang Dao, she observed. Using Yang Dao to control speed, she then robbed me of all my speed, thus achieving control of slowness. What a brilliant application of her Dao. Jingwu Hua's Dao should only allow her to control speed and not slowness. However, she achieved the same result by removing speed from her opponent. Tong Ruobing's mind quickly calculated the most efficient way to get out of this technique, and the first thing eliminated was using absolute strength. In less than a nanosecond, she thought of a method. Then, she blessed herself with a few talismans: Speed Talisman, Light Blessing Talisman, Wind Blessing Talisman, Sound Control Talisman, and Thunder Blessing Talisman. With these talismans, Tong Ruobing brought the concept of speed back to her body, allowing her free mobility. Then, she waved her hand to manifest 9 fire phoenixes that overwhelmed her opponent's golden crows. Tong Ruobing knew the benefit of defeating the opponent using their own specialty. It is devastating to their state of mind. And her strategy worked. Jingwu Hua's body trembled when she saw her flame being overwhelmed. Pillar of purification, a pillar of golden flame, descended on Tong Rubing's head, purifying everything on its path. The flame contained the most profound meaning of purification from Yang Dao. Tak! Tong Ruobing snapped her finger to manifest a large magical circle. It swallowed the flame pillar with no effort. Then, the magic circle spread so fast that Jingwu Hua could not react. A sealing array? When did she set it up? Her face was difficult to look at. She felt a strange fluctuation from the array, but she could not analyze more information. I'm outclassed. I need to run away. Jingwu Hua felt humiliated and unwilling. She used her father's special emperor bone to achieve an incomplete awakening. But even then, she was easily defeated and now has to run away. However, she knew it was the best choice. Bloodline ability. Fire escape. Jingwu Hua exploded into a large quantity of golden flame before condensing into a tiny dot like an implosion. Then, she was gone. Tong Ruobing calmly watched this without any action. She never planned to kill Jingwu Hua for many reasons. Firstly, she had reservations about the latter's father. On the chance she succeeded in proving the Tao, this might become a problem in the upper dimension. Secondly, she wanted to use this battle to temper herself. However, Tong Ruobing discovered her opponent was not in the best shape. Jingwu Hua was distracted during the entire fight, making many mistakes, including not transforming into her demon form. It was as if something was preoccupying her mind. Finally, Tong Ruobing wanted plausible deniability. Her current status was on the side of these traitors. However, she only did so out of desperation to have a chance to win this battle. So, after she betrays these people, she can use the excuse she never killed any of the Heaven Chosens to show her innocence, to show this was all her plan from the beginning. Of course, Tong Ruobing also knows her plan was obvious to some people. However, as long as they do not have direct evidence, she can argue her innocence that she wanted to infiltrate these people and destroy them from the inside. The cultivation world has certain rules that it must follow as a society. And because of these rules, Wang Wei can secretly help the devil race, but would never openly admit it. So, even if someone knows the truth, they can't do anything unless there is obvious evidence. Tong Ruobing was using the same logic. Northern Quadrant. Jingwu Hua appeared with even more significant injuries. She hurriedly found a place to set up formations and hide. Unfortunately, someone found her before she could swallow a few healing pills. Damn it, she cursed after seeing who it was. Bloodline Supremacy Battle. And this chapter is not edited. Huafeng Wang waved her hand to summon an all-white sword with a design of a white tiger roaring at the heavens on the edge. A terrifying killing intent emanated from the sword and her body. She moved and instantly appeared before Ao Shun, swinging down her sword with the intention of cleaving him into two parts. Dragon scales appeared on Ao Shun's arms, allowing him to block the attack. However, the force behind this swing pushed him a few kilometers away. Huafeng Wang was not surprised by Ao Shun's identity as an innate dragon. Before the battle, he did an excellent job hiding it, using a brilliant secret technique and probably some type of hiding innate treasure. However, after acquiring his chaos bloodline, it was more challenging for him to control the bloodline aura released from his body. So, Huafeng Wang immediately identified him upon laying eyes on him. Swish! Huafeng Wang used a blood-colored slash attack. However, a vortex appeared before Ao Shun, swallowing the attack. Bluff! Ao Shun vomited a mouthful of blood, followed by Huafeng Huang's previous attack. Yin-Yang reversal? He thought with an ugly complexion. After swallowing that slash, she used the Tao of Yin-Yang to reverse the power of his swallowing and force him to expel what he ingested, thus injuring him in the process. Huafeng Wang did not give Ao Shun any breathing time. She used the killing innate law from her white tiger bloodline to control the blood. He vomited and turned them into two blood spears. Ao Shun's face changed as he saw the blood spears rushing toward him. He felt they locked his position and would follow him anywhere he went. Regardless, his intuition told him he should not directly defend against this attack. So, a pair of cicada wings appeared behind his back, and he rushed away, evading the attack. He thought his evasive actions would buy him more time. Unfortunately, he was wrong. After the blood spears missed their target, they suddenly disappeared. And before Ao Shun could react, the spears appeared in his body, piercing his heart and internal organs. The blood returned to its owner, he thought while groaning. Luckily, her Duyi realm is weaker compared to mine. Hua Fenghuang's Duyi was subpar for one reason, pride. As a heaven chosen from the ancient clans, she has knowledge about the Duyi realm. However, the ancient clan usually achieves Duyi realm by combining the ancient cultivation system with Qiyuan's origin system. However, most clan members despise or have a deep hatred for Qiyuan. So, the majority refused to use this method, including Hua Fenghuang. After experiencing the deception trial, she knew she needed to master the power of the Duyi realm. So, she found a way without relying on herself. But after so many years, she only reached the 5th stage, even through training. After all, she does not have someone like Wang Wei to ask for guidance from Li Jun. Meanwhile, Ao Shun's Duyi realm reached the 9th stage by combining the martial hegemony martial arts system, the origin system, and the demon race's bloodline system. Sadly, he has no knowledge or experience on how to correctly use his Duyi realm. What? Grunted Ao Shun as she discovered an anomaly. Hua Fenghuang's Duyi realm was mixed with something else. Phoenix's immortal will. Noticed? Asked Hua Fenghuang with a sneer. She knew her weakness was her Duyi realm. So, she solved the problem by mixing it with the will of the phoenix from her innate bloodline. Furthermore, she also added the immortal characteristics of the phoenix into the mixture. Ao Shun was irritated. He knew if he had a better understanding and control of his Duyi realm, his current issue would be a simple problem to solve. Unfortunately, the demon race has lost most of its inheritance, and his experience in the martial hegemony world was not enough to make up for the gap with the other races that have long and complete inheritances. I will need some time to remove her influence on me. However, I know she won't give me the opportunity. Ao Shun's assessment was correct. Hua Fenghuang immediately went on the offensive. 2 enormous creatures appeared around him, a dragon and a phoenix. The dragon's body was made entirely out of water element, releasing the pressure of the top innate demon between heaven and earth. Meanwhile, the phoenix was a flame elemental with a noble aura as the most beautiful and majestic creature between heaven and earth. Dragon Phoenix, Yin-Yang Blast. The 2 innate creatures rushed toward Ao Shun, fusing in the process. Then, they exploded, turning the starry sky into a realm of ice and fire. One side was frozen like the north during winter, and the other was as hot as hell itself. And in the middle stood Ao Shun's heavily injured body. Damn it, we are both at the peak of Seven Leaf. Why is she so powerful? He felt his brain was functioning properly in the course of this battle. Suddenly, he heard a sound that sent shivers down his spine. Rho Alpha D Alpha, Inu Om, felt an instinctive spear recorded deep in his bloodline. Ao Shun gazed at the source and saw a dark gold creature with a wingspan of 90,000 kilometers. Primordial Rock, an innate demon who preyed on dragons back in the primordial era, he muttered. Dragons were the most powerful innate demon in that era. However, once they became too powerful, Heavenly Tao needed to balance their existence, and thus came the existence of the primordial rock. They were known as the fastest creature between heaven and earth. They would snatch dragons with their claws, as if they were catching worms. Ao Shun felt the fear deep in his bloodline, but he swiftly reined in his uncontrolled emotion. His ancestors schemed against the primordial rocks race and almost drove them to extinction. So, he had no need to fear them. What he cared about was how Hua Fenghuang could create such a technique that targeted the weakness of his bloodline. He did not sense any of Rock's bloodline from her, so he was momentarily confused. Then his eyes lit up. According to my memories, in the primordial era, dragons ruled the sea, Qilin ruled the earth, tigers ruled the mountain, and phoenixes ruled the sky. They were known as the rulers of all birds. Did she use that concept to create the primordial rock? His mind worked extremely fast, analyzing the situation in the little time he had. A subtle aura emanated from Ao Shun's body, displaying the fear he had tried to control. The primordial rock seemed very spiritual and took this opportunity to rush toward him with unmatched speed. Before Ao Shun could blink his eyes, the creature was already above him, ready to tear him apart. Unfortunately, only a smirk greeted the noble creature. Ao Shun was faking his fear to lure the creature closer to him. He did so knowing how fast the rock would be, and he would most likely be unable to avoid it directly. Numerous tree roots came out of Ao Shun's body and captured the primordial rock. Then, he acted swiftly by activating one of his bloodlines that focused on curses. He used the primordial rock as a medium to cast a powerful and nasty curse. Bluff. Ao Shun vomited another significant mouthful of blood. He suffered the backlash from his curse's failure. Rookie mistake, thought Ao Shun with gritted teeth. He forgot the 5 sacred beasts were one of the noblest creatures. As such, heavens blessed them so they would not be evaded by evil, and curses were considered one of the evils of heaven and earth. Swish! Huafeng Huang suddenly appeared before him, her white sword containing a terrifying red aura. Without hesitation, she stabbed him in the heart. She calmly looked at the body before her, before slowly removing her sword. Eggless novel C. OM the Shell escape technique from the white cicada bloodline, thought Huafeng Huang, who was similar to this technique, as this demon tribe was famous for their escape technique. When in danger, they can shed their skin and escape. Ao Shun watched her as fear flashed in his eyes. He knew how scary that last attack was because she wanted to use her killing innate law to kill his chaos bloodline. Something is wrong, thought Ao Shun. Unfortunately, Huafeng Huang did not want to give him time to figure it out. She rushed toward him, not hiding her desire to kill him as soon as possible. Ao Shun decided to use a stalling tactic. He used another divine ability to create countless clones of himself. Then he used his extreme innate treasure he used to hide his identity to turn invisible. Huafeng Huang acted swiftly and burned all the clones in her path. However, they were not afraid of death and exploded themselves before death. Many rushed at her with the intention of dying. Then, before Huafeng Huang could find a countermeasure, she heard a cracking sound, making her sigh deeply. "Did you find it?" she asked with a smile. "A probability field created by your luck Dao that increased your chances of winning," said Ao Shun with a sneer, his voice echoing in the surrounding. "And the best way to guarantee victory is to affect my mind, forcing me to make horrible decisions and mistakes during battle." Correct. And with your previous state of mind, this technique was more successful and easier than it should have been. Ao Shun wanted to rip her heart out and force her to eat it. As soon as his mind was clear, he realized it was a mistake to fight an opponent like Huafeng Huang using his Chaos Bloodline's various abilities. After all, he had just acquired these abilities. As such, he needed to use his Darkness Law, which he has full mastery of. This is the only way to utilize all his power. Bloodline Supremacy Battle 2. Huafeng Huang was not playing around. She used her Heavenly Eye technique to see through falseness. Unfortunately, Ao Shun used an extreme level innate treasure and could use a lot of its power with his immortal venerable strength, so she could not detect him. So, Huafeng Huang used the background of her ancient clan. Although Qiyuan almost left them broke, after so many years, they recuperated to some degree. She waved her hand to summon an extreme-level innate treasure in the shape of an eye. Its name was Phoenix Eye. "Find you," thought Huafeng Huang before instantly appearing before Ao Shun, using a brilliant application of Yin Yang Dao. The distance between her and Ao Shun was considered far or long, but using Yin Yang reversal, she made it near or short, thus achieving instant teleportation. She swung her white tiger-killing sword to devastating power. However, Ao Shun was now in a much better state, capable of fully utilizing his strength and battle experience. Domain of Darkness. The starry sky was already dark, especially with all the stars in the surrounding destroyed. However, Huafeng Wang sensed it became even darker. She could not see or hear anything. Her divine sense was not working, and all her senses were off. Huafeng Wang swiftly mobilized her Heavenly Eye technique, an innate technique unique to the Hua clan. Upon cultivating to the pinnacle, this technique would grant the user visual prowess no less than someone with the yin-yang eyes that have cultivated it to the extreme. Huafeng Wang combined the Heavenly Eye with her Phoenix Eye artifact. Unfortunately, Ao Shun did the same thing with his hidden innate treasure. Nothing? Thought Huafeng Wang, as she felt her mind perturbed for a moment. The darkness had an eerie power that crept into the mind. Luckily, she had high willpower and could use the phoenix flame to keep her sanity and sea of consciousness unaffected. Then, she suddenly swung her sword to the left side of her. The sound of two people clashing echoed in this darkness. "Impossible," said Ao Shun, his voice echoing in the darkness. "How did you find me?" "Luck," replied Huafeng Wang before attacking a random spot. "Clinic." She once again discovered Ao Shun, showing it was not simply luck. Huafeng Wang was using her luck Dao from her Qilin bloodline to find her opponent. As such, all her attacks were random but hit the jackpot each time. It was like winning the lottery each time. Swish! Huafeng Wang attacked another spot, but to her surprise, she missed. Furthermore, she suddenly vomited a small mouthful of blood. Luck backlash. She detected that Ao Shun used a technique to affect her luck and even brought about backlash. Luck is not absolute. Once someone overuses it, they would become unlucky. This part of luck could be considered its darkness. Is that how he did it? I should not underestimate him. Bang! A fist full of the corrosion of darkness hit Huafeng Wang on her back. However, she only took 10 steps forward before stopping. Her body was intact. What? How is her body defense so powerful? Huafeng Wang acted swiftly frowny-face domain of purification flame. She used her yin-yang Dao in tandem with her flame Dao to create a domain full of yang and light power. The 7th tier of the ancient cultivation system, also called the primordial god system, is law comprehension. As the name implies, cultivators will use their true spirit to comprehend the law. The next stage is law domain, similar to saints. However, their domain did not originate from the cultivators, but from fusing a unique pocket dimension that existed in ancient times. This pocket dimension is a lesser version of the Dao source seed used by Dao ancestors, and it's called Law Abode. Eagles Nova 1. The ancient clans have ways to grow law abodes, albeit incredibly challenging, and there are different levels. As this generation heaven chosen, Huafeng Wang had access to the highest level. With her domain that contained the opposite of Ao Shun's Dao, she overwhelmed his Huafeng Wang, removing the darkness around him. Then she caught a unique breath from Ao Shun's body. Through that breath, she used yin-yang calculation and blessed her heavenly eyes, acquiring the power to detect him at any time and anywhere. A dragon figure manifested behind her and fired a breath of water. The water traveled so fast that it could easily penetrate millions of galaxies. However, Ao Shun did not want to be outdone. He opened his mouth and fired a breath of darkness, canceling her attack. Shadow mimicry. A strange aura flashed around Ao Shun's body, but it was too fast for anyone to detect. Then, he instantly appeared before Huafeng Wang and punched her. Her body flew backward, breaking the space as if she had entered a black hole. Her fleshly body, thought Ao Shun with a frown. His technique felt a great deal of resistance, so he could not completely analyze the situation. Meanwhile, Huafeng Wang ignored her injury as her eyes squinted. He used my yin-yang teleportation technique. She detected that Ao Shin's attack was the exact one she used after he broke her probability field. So, her mind rushed rapidly to analyze what happened. Rho Alpha D Alpha and Nu Amshadows are a part of darkness. Did he use some form of shadow technique to imitate my power? Huafeng Wang acted decisively and used her sword to temporarily kill her shadow. As expected, she felt Ao Shin's connection to her was interrupted. Boom! Another attack hit her. Fortunately, she deployed a yin-yang shield to protect her. That punch destroyed my internal organs, and his Dui realm is preventing me from healing. Huafeng Wang could tell with her 5th stage Dui realm, it would take too long to expel Ao Shin's power. So, she used a cruel and efficient way. She spit a drop of blood. Then, the Phoenix's flame of nirvana enveloped that blood, growing a new and perfect body. Finally, she opened her mouth to absorb as much energy as possible from her previous body, leaving an empty and injured shell. Time to end this battle, thought Huafeng Wang, gazing directly at Ao Shin, who instinctively knew things were about to get serious. I have 3 modes of battle, and 2 are useless, pondered Ao Shin. He has 3 fighting methods: using darkness for assassination, using it to influence people's minds, and using his darkness body with tyrannical body and martial art. Assassination is useless since Huafeng Wang can discover him. Influencing the mind is also meaningless since Huafeng Wang has a potent state of mind and a great understanding of the soul. Ao Shin no longer hesitated and turned into a humongous all-black dragon, along with some purple marks. However, these things were new and the results of his chaos bloodline. This was the first time he displayed his demonic form before the public, and he could guess the storm going outside. He also understood the consequences if he was defeated, the pressure and danger the demon race would face after the world knew he was an innate dragon. Huafeng Wang calmly looked at him. She was tiny compared to the mighty dragon. Her current size was even smaller than Ao Shin's eye. However, she showed no fear, and her aura was no less than his. Crack! The space underneath Huafeng Wang's foot cracked as she flew toward Ao Shin. Boom! Before the proud dragon could react, she punched him in her mouth. The force behind the attack broke a couple of teeth along with one of his horns. Roar! Ao Shin roared in pain and anger, his dragon voice echoing throughout the entire battlefield, bringing attention to their battle. Damn it! I need to hurry, thought Huafeng Wang before appearing above him and kicking him on his skull. Ao Shin flew away, his body destroying multiple galaxies as he crashed through them. Her strength has reached 8 leaf, he thought, trying to control his mind and remain calm. How did she break the limit? Could it be due to her fleshly body? If Huafeng Wang could read his mind, she would tell him he guessed correctly. The 5 sacred beasts were the pinnacles of innate demons, which also meant their physical body was among the best. So, Huafeng Wang used their bloodline to temper her body, allowing her to bypass the limit. Boom! Huafeng Wang attacked him. This time, she even used flame. However, the attack did not do as much damage as she expected. And the reason was due to Ao Shin's black scales turning golden. This aura, the Golden Rock's Emperor artifact? Then, she sneered as she could feel Ao Shin's vitality rapidly declining due to the use of an Emperor artifact. She rushed to attack, but he evaded because his speed drastically increased due to the artifact. Endless Abyss, a black abyss, suddenly appeared underneath Huafeng Wang, generating a terrifying gravity that wanted to swallow her. With one glance, she detected this abyss was an endless world of darkness where she would fall for eternity. 2 fates would fall upon her if she were swallowed: crushed by gravity or kill herself after becoming insane by the act of constantly falling without stopping. She stomped her feet to annihilate the abyss before rushing toward Ao Shin. However, Huafeng Wang discovered the latter kept evading while trying to find a way to escape. She punched him again, using the power of yin yang. Then, everything in the surroundings became extremely slow. "You're finished," she said. Huafeng Wang turned into a white light and flew straight into Ao Shun's body. She used her body to poke in his body, and she did not stop at once. She repeatedly flew with tremendous force, creating millions of human-sized holes in his body. In a few seconds, Ao Shun looked like Swiss cheese. "Stop!" yelled Ao Shun as he felt his life passing through him. Overusing the Emperor artifact was already detrimental, and now he was severely injured. Additionally, his weakened state made it impossible for him to break her technique. Unfortunately, Huafeng Wang did listen to him, her eyes full of killing intent. "I have important information," quickly yelled Ao Shun. "I can exchange them for my life." Huafeng Wang finally stopped, looking at him solemnly. However, the killing intent from her eyes did not diminish one bit. Chapter 782, published at 17th of May, 2023, 12:20 and 58 seconds p.m. Chapter 782, Chapter 782 Life Saving. What kind of news is as valuable as your life? Asked Huafeng Wang. A light flashed deep in her eyes. "I can guarantee this news is crucial, especially to someone like you," replied Ao Shun, who reverted to his human form. However, his face was pale, and holes could be seen in different parts of his body. He could feel his life passing by with every second, but he did not dare heal. He knew Huafeng Wang would strike him if he used such a cheap tactic. "Am I supposed to believe your words?" "Of course not," replied the proud dragon, who sighed. He knew his emperor path had come to an end. However, the worst-case scenario will not occur as long as he can leave alive. As for the trouble that would occur after his exit, his mind was thinking of ways to deal with it. "We will sign a contract guaranteed by Heavenly Tao. If the information I provide is valuable enough, you must let me live. And if it's not, you can kill me," replied Ao Shun calmly. She squinted, thinking about the chances of killing him and searching his soul. "Don't even think about it," said Ao Shun with a sneer. "Even if you're more powerful than me, I can erase my memories before I die." She saw the determination in his eyes and knew he was telling the truth. So, after weighing the pros and cons of taking the risks, she said, "Very well." Then, Huafeng Wang sent him a contract from her space ring. However, the dragon shook her head and used his own contract. Huafeng Wang did not trust him, so they decided to create a contract together on the spot. Then, they filled it with the terms and conditions. For example, Ao Shun must give up this battle after Huafeng Wang allows him to live. "Speak," demanded the proud phoenix once they finalized their contract. "You should know about the Heaven Path Tribulation?" Huafeng Wang squinted her eyes, "Yes. But your ancient clan should not have the method of summoning the tribulation," continued Ao Shun with a tiny smirk. He analyzed the ancient clans and concluded they did not have the method. Otherwise, they would not have been so weak compared to more modern factions. Huafeng Wang secretly gritted her teeth. After Emperor Qiyuan killed most of their clan's immortal tier cultivators and sealed them, he also erased all their knowledge and information about the Heaven Path Tribulation. Otherwise, the ancient clan could have given birth to many primarchs. In fact, this method was the primary reason they ruled the world after the Null Era. With that technique, their clan could give birth to powerful primarchs, thus guaranteeing their power in the myriad emperor world. Although the Heaven Path Tribulation was 100, even 1,000 times more challenging for humans, their clan still had many geniuses who succeeded. Furthermore, even if it was a one-star Primarch who was on par with a mortal venerable, is a valuable asset to any emperor lineage. Sadly, their clan lost such a precious method. Furthermore, Qiyuan ensured they could not discover it through bloodline memories. Huafeng Wang even believed he erased this technique from history. "You're telling the truth?" asked Huafeng Wang with glowing eyes and rapid breath. After coming to this battlefield, she felt a great fortunate encounter awaited her. So, she waited on a deserted planet, not even summoning her troops so she could move rapidly once the chance presented itself. And when A.O. Shun showed up, her luck Dao told her the chance was from him. At first, she thought the opportunity was A.O. Shun's body. After all, an innate dragon with chaos bloodline is also priceless. But she did not expect her encounter would be the technique to summon the Heaven Path Tribulation. You don't have to trust me, but you should trust the contract. Excellent. This deal was worth it. A.O. Shun no longer hesitated and gave her the method. Huafeng Wang took a moment to overview it, and a beautiful smile crept on the corner of her mouth. With this method, she has another way in case she fails this battle. Although Huafeng Wang was confident, she knew there were few people capable of giving her a challenge. More importantly, this method will become the foundation for the rise of the ancient clan, especially her Hua clan. Eastern Quadrant. Wang Wei opened his eyes. Heaven Path Tribulation? This might be a problem. He noticed their battle when A.O. Shun transformed. Furthermore, Huafeng Wang owed him karma from the cleanup, so he used it to spy on them despite their means of blocking the surrounding during their conversation. The Heaven Path Tribulation will increase the strength of the ancient clan. Should I eliminate Huafeng Wang and prevent them from acquiring it? Numerous thoughts flashed in his mind. As long as he kills her and A.O. Shun, they have no ways to acquire it. Egglesnell no. Innate life forms will appear after I revert the environment. So, it's only a matter of time before they get the method. It's better to use another approach. Furthermore, these two geniuses are still valuable alive. Swish! A.O. Shun and Huafeng Wang moved as they sensed someone appearing next to them. Wang Wei, said Huafeng Wang, an intense fighting intent in her eyes. During the deception trial, the latter's strength made her feel despair. However, her power was even stronger than what he displayed back then. So, even if he improved, he would only be on par with her. Wang Wei ignored her and focused on A.O. Shun. Give me a copy of the technique, and the Dao opening sect will share some of the pressure for you after you exit. A.O. Shun frowned, but did not immediately answer. You should understand the storm your demon race is about to face, continued Wang Wei. As an innate demon, many people will want to get their hands on your body, including immortal venerables and Dao ancestors. Give me the technique, and the sect will share most of the pressure for you until you finish the tribulation. A.O. Shun knew very well the situation the demon race would face because of him. Many cultivators will want to use his dragon body to expand their lifespan. Meanwhile, immortal cultivators will wish to use A.O. Shun's body to increase their strength. Unfortunately, the demon race does not have the strength to fight off the desire of so many people. Their only chance is to protect themselves until A.O. Shun passes the tribulation. Or they have to find allies that will help them. Unfortunately, although they are allies with the Dao opening sect, he does not expect to count on them. If the Dao opening sect can share the pressure for us, the demon race only has to worry about those loose cultivators, crazy devil cultivators, and those lineages willing to take risks. Of course, I also have to watch out for the Dao opening sect. After all, a pre-march is more valuable than a mortal innate dragon. Fine, I agree. A.O. Shun swiftly made a decision. Although he knew his technique was valuable, it was nothing compared to his life and the survival of the demon race. Furthermore, he feared Wang Wei would kill and search for his soul. Although he was confident in erasing his memories in front of Huafeng Wang, he could not say the same for Wang Wei. But I disagree, roared Huafeng Wang. She instantly rushed to Wang Wei and punched him. Unfortunately, her attack passed through as if he was a ghost. What technique is this? She thought. Meanwhile, Wang Wei kept discarding her. A.O. Shun condensed the talisman with the technique before sending it over. He did not even mention any binding contracts. Huafeng Wang rushed to catch it, but the talisman disappeared, and she could not understand what occurred. She stopped as she realized something was wrong. Without saying anything else, Wang Wei condensed the token to give him. Contact the sect with this, and they will follow my will. Wang Wei disappeared and removed the blockage he had placed in the surrounding space. What's going on? Do you know something? Her intuition told him A.O. Shin knew something. Plus, she found it odd how quickly he accepted the offer. Furthermore, she detected the subtle emotion of fear he emanated after seeing Wang Wei. Hee, I will tell you a piece of information for free, said A.O. Shun in a relaxed manner. Do you know about the Nine Extremity Foundation? No, replied Huafeng Wang with a frown. A.O. Shun smiled before explaining the information Xiao Songshi told him, including the fact Wang Wei and Di Tian had achieved it. Then, he watched with pleasure as Feng Huang's expression became ugly to look at. Impossible. He. I had the same reaction, he continued with a sneer. Unfortunately, your willingness to believe the truth will not change anything. He laughed boisterously before disappearing. He needed to heal inside before exiting. He knew as long as he passed the tribulation, he would deal with his chaos bloodline issue and the catastrophe of the demon race. Meanwhile, Huafeng Wang floated in the void with a blank expression. The history of the chaos universe. Eastern Quadrant. Wang Wei overviewed the Heaven Path Tribulation method, pondering the intricacies of this technique. The method is a unique way to use the innate bloodline to resonate with heavenly Tao. Then, it will send the cultivator to a unique location to pass a tribulation. As for what the tribulation is, the technique did not mention it. However, after passing, a cultivator will become a 1 to 6 star pre-march, corresponding to a mortal venerable to eternal emperor. My theory might have been correct, pondered Wang Wei. He believed that regular, innate law, primordial law, and grand Tao source are connected or should have been. His theory is if the heaven will did not exist in the chaos universe, cultivators would have to follow a linear path. First, they would have to comprehend and wield regular laws, which are different from worlds in the lower dimension. Then, after reaching a particular cultivation stage, they would access innate laws, the core laws that have existed since the birth of heaven and earth. Innate laws should be the same for all worlds in the lower dimension. However, they're different from each chaos world. Innate law should take people as far as the peak of the Grand Emperor world. So, to become an Empyrean, a cultivator will have to cultivate primordial law that governs the chaos of the entire universe. As the name implies, primordial laws have existed since the beginning of time, since before the births of normal and source chaos worlds. By wielding it, cultivators will no longer be limited by their chaos worlds and can roam primordial chaos, contacting and iterating with primordial species like fiend gods. Finally, to become paragons, cultivators will have to understand the Grand Tao source, the origin or source of all laws in the chaos universe. By then, they would become beings standing at the peak of primordial chaos, beings capable of treating the river of time as nothing but an ordinary river, traversing up and down its stream. However, with the heaven will cultivators can go from regular laws, even no law, to Grand Tao source. Furthermore, since even great emperors can wield the source of the Tao, the other laws have to be boosted to balance things out. Wang Wei pondered deeply, further fleshing out his theory. He believed maybe this was how Grand Tao first planned out the chaos universe. However, something occurred that made it change things and created the concept of the heaven will. Assuming my theory is correct, why did Grand Tao choose the path of heaven will instead? Continued Wang Wei. The development of the chaos universe, he answered. The previous method made it too difficult to become paragon. After all, they must comprehend regular laws, innate laws, primordials, and Grand Tao source. The time needed for a person, even with talent, to become a paragon is simply too much. The time needed for the most gifted individual to become paragon is in the 100,000 yuan epochs. But in the old system, paragons would be people who comprehended 1% Grand Tao source. So, the 100,000 yuan epoch would be on top of all the time required to cultivate regular, innate, and primordial law. Then, there is the difference between regular paragons and peak paragons. In the current system, paragons have control over 90% Grand Tao source, and peak paragons have 100% Grand Tao source. However, in the old system, paragons would only have 1% Grand Tao source. The difference between peak paragons is too great. Although they would have all the other laws to help them, it made little to no difference. However, I have to admit, the old system will be more powerful than the current one. After comprehending so many different laws, their understanding of the law and the Tao is not something people of the current system can match. The old system took too long to cultivate, reducing the number of peak powerhouses like paragons. So, Grand Tao introduced the heaven will to decrease the difficulty of becoming peak powerhouses, thus allowing for the further development of the entire chaos universe. Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he sensed he was coming closer to the truth. Grand Tao sacrificed the battle strength of the old system for this new one that took shorter. No, maybe it did not sacrifice it, but used another way to make up for it. It created fiend gods, boosting their primordial law and innate demon gods' innate laws. Then, secretly manipulate the confrontation between the three paths. Through constant battles, fiend gods, paragons, and heavenly primarchs can increase their battle strength while also retraining each other. Eggless novel C. Under such a mindset, he discovered many things and further developed his theory. Something wrong may have gone with the side of heavenly primarchs. From the knowledge I learned from Honger, the universe is a battle of supremacy between paragons and fiend gods. Meanwhile, heavenly primarchs have become irrelevant. Wang Wei thought for a moment before secretly shaking his head. The innate demons and primordial gods rely too much on their bloodline and are incapable of evolving. Roalpha Dialpha knew ominously. Wang Wei feels the fiend gods are also heading in the same direction. From his analysis, they are also becoming irrelevant as paragons now rule primordial chaos, especially with the appearance of half-step transcendence. If their race did not take the opportunity during the ultimate taboo, then their fate will be the same as the heavenly primarchs. Wang Wei took a breath to concentrate. He decided to fuse this theory with his others, creating a history timeline for the entire chaos universe. Let's divide the chaos universe into eras, just like the myriad emperor world. The universe was born or created, most likely from Hongmeng. This era should be the primordial chaos era, with little to no living things. Wu Hong told me about the 3,800 special source chaos worlds, and they should be the first worlds created in that era. After that, there are too many possibilities. Wang Wei thought about how old the universe was and how long since the primordial chaos era, and he could not fathom such a thing. After all, even the myriad emperor world, one of the many heaven-will worlds in the lower dimension of the eternal ascension world, is probably a few million yuan epic. So, he focused on something else for his timeline. After that era, many races should have been born, and the cultivation era should have begun. I believe the first system discovered by acquired lives was the true power Tao realm, or body refining itself. So, let's call the next era the body refining era. Trillions upon trillions of lives from across infinite worlds tempered their bodies, opening their inner gate. Wang Wei's eyes became brilliant as he wanted to live in that era full of body refiners competing with their fists and bodies. He could imagine the resources available back then. It made him drool. Something must have happened to end that era. Honger, and I believe there should have been 3 gates in the true power Tao realm. So, I think something happened in that era that removed the first gate. Then, body refining became more difficult, leading to the rise of chi refiners. Many thoughts flashed in his mind. Wang Wei believed Grand Tao might have removed the first gate to impede the development of body refiners. And the reason is simple. Body refining took too many resources. If it became the mainstream of the universe, the protagonist of all 3 systems, essence, chi, spirit, the resources of the entire universe would become a problem after a while. Of course, there is also the possibility that something else was the result of this change. There were too many possibilities, so Wang Wei was not too sure. The Qi refining era should be the period in the universe where the old system was prevalent. Ancient Qi refiners had to understand regular, innate, primordial, and grand Tao sources. This era was probably a fierce competition between body refiners and Qi refiners. And I guess even after missing one gate, body refiners were dominant because of how long it took Qi refiners to become paragons. So, Grand Tao introduced the Heaven Will system, granting Qi refiners supremacy over the universe. Wang Wei felt he was very close to the truth of the universe, thus sublimating his state of mind to an even higher level. Now, I wonder whether soul cultivators also had their eras. According to Hunger, many Source Chaos world have a soul path similar to immortal, venerable, and Tao ancestors, but others also do not have it, like the Eternal Ascension world. So, do they also have their glory during history? Did something happen to them, like body refiners? Body refiners can become inextinguishable paragons, while Qi refining leads to boundless paragons. So, logically speaking, the soul path spirit should also have a way to become paragon. However, from his knowledge, the soul path is a lesser Tao on par with Tao ancestors and immortal venerables. For people of the soul path to be on par with regular paragons, they must become insurgents. After pondering for a moment, Wang Wei shook his head. He had too little information. Primordial Chaos era, Body Refining era, Ancient Qi Refining era, and Current Qi Refining era, he thought. He knew the actual truth was even more complicated. His theory only caught a glimpse of the history of this chaos universe. Regardless, the glimpse was something even paragons might not be capable of finding or deducing. Feng Wang's next move. Tao opening sect, Supreme Elders meeting. What do you guys think? Asked Origin 1. Since the sect master asked us to help, then well follow his order, replied Sword 1 without hesitation. Are you guys not tempted? I can make a bunch of immortal pills with his body, said Miscellaneous 1. With these pills, the sect's strength can increase by a large margin. You need to look at the bigger picture, said Origin 1, who agreed with Sword 1's decision. The demon race is our ally, and their survival is a necessity for the coming of this new age. Plus, after the environment returns to innate, there will be plenty of innate demons and primordial gods for you to refine, added Turtle 1. What I'm worried about is the response of the other factions, asked the steward. Will they fight us even after showing a desire to protect the demon race? That's for sure, replied Sword 1. Most factions have been unhappy with our alliance with the demon race. They have been restrained for a long time. But now, it is a perfect opportunity. They also have been worried about our increased military, economic, and political strength in this generation, sneered Battle 1. Now, they have the perfect excuse to band together and deal us a blow. Are they not afraid of our sect master proving the Tao and dealing with them? That's one of the reasons they will attack, said Origin 1. The new ruler of the Myriad Emperor world will appear soon. As soon as a great emperor appeared, they became the automatic ruler of the Myriad Emperor world during their stay in the lower dimension. No matter how weak an emperor is, other factions will treat them with certain respect because of how hard it is to kill them. After all, no factions want an emperor using their immortality and guerrilla tactics on their factions. That would be a nightmare. The time before the battle ends is the only time of freedom many of these factions will have for a while. So, some daring ones will want to take risks. But the risks are not worth it, especially in this generation. The key to this issue is this world has offered eternal emperors, but they don't have any fears, said Sword 1. They all think they can deal with any eternal emperor the same way they dealt with the Heaven Devourer Emperor. A sneer appeared on her face underneath the mask. However, they fail to understand that not every eternal is the same. The main issue I worry about is whether these hiding immortal sovereigns will show up, said Origin 1. Heavenly Tao is currently occupied with the battle, so it's a great time for them to get rid of their seals and cause trouble. There is no need to worry too much, replied Sword 1. According to the sect master's instructions, we only need to buy time for the demon race. And if the situation turns into the worst-case scenario, I will control the human preservation array to protect the sect. All right then, let's take action. Sword One nodded before her gaze penetrated countless distances to see the northern continent. She waved her hand to manifest an enormous sword that hung on top of the continent. Sword One, are you sure you want to get into this troubled water? Said an old voice. Is it worth it for the mere demon race? I don't want to waste my breath with you. All of you rats who are hiding and want to interfere, come together. I know this is the excuse you wanted, so let's not waste time, replied Sword One. Then, she teleported to the northern continent, followed by many of the Supreme Elders. Another terrifying battle was about to take place in the Myriad Emperor world, on the cusp of the Heaven-Will battle. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Wang Wei opened his eyes without any knowledge of what was going on outside. I've been so focused on my theory that I did not study this technique in depth, he muttered before taking out Ao Shan's Heaven Path Tribulation summoning technique. For a moment, he wondered why his ancestor did not leave this method to the sect. If the Tao opening sect had a faction focusing on innate bloodline, they could create countless primarchs throughout the years. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he realized the reason. It is not good for the Tao opening sect to be overwhelmingly more powerful than the other factions because of heavenly Taoist balance system, especially in the ancient Emperor era. In that period, the world civilization was starting anew. If there were a faction that could forcibly rule the world, their fate would be miserable. Heavenly Tao would definitely scheme the destruction or weakening of such a faction. So, in some ways, Qiyuan's action against the ancient clans saved them. Otherwise, Heavenly Tao would not tolerate their existence. Another reason he did not leave this method was probably because of luck, analyzed Wang Wei. If there were an innate bloodline faction in the sect, they would have to cultivate the ancient system to better use their bloodline. Roalpha Dialpha, Inu Omth ancient system had a realm where cultivators acquired or awakened their bloodline. However, not everyone in that realm with innate bloodline can develop innate law. No, only the ones with the purest bloodline and the best cultivation talent can acquire it. Regardless, that realm is the best way to acquire and develop innate bloodline. If such a faction existed in the sect, it would only be a matter of time before it became dominant over the others with so many primarchs. Then, if that faction decided to spread the ancient cultivation system, it would contradict with Qiyuan's origin system, thus affecting the luck he amassed from the entire Myriad Emperor world. The origin system is the foundation for the survival of the Tao opening sect, so nothing can happen to it. Additionally, Wang Wei guessed that luck helped his ancestors immensely in cultivating to the Empyrean realm. From this decision, I can see the ancestors' disdain or disregard for bloodline. He did not want the Wang clan or the other factions to rely on bloodline. Wang Wei felt similarly, so he has to be careful when he creates his human fiend god bloodline. Furthermore, I may need to change the rules of heaven and earth and make sure people can only become primarchs at a specific time, probably when the heaven was closed to appear. Wang Wei knew even if the sect acquired this technique, the ancient clan and demon race would have an advantage. So, he cannot allow primarchs to appear at any time during a generation. He could foresee how many geniuses and elders with innate laws were sealed in the ancient clans. With this technique, even if only 10% can survive the tribulation and become primarchs, it will still drastically increase the strength of the ancient clan. Maybe I should really kill Huafeng Huang or take the technique from her, analyzed Wang Wei. No, there's no need. In my era, immortal tier cultivators will be common, and the more that appears, the more prosperous the Myriad Emperor world will be and the greater the benefit I will receive. Wang Wei calmed down and finished his review of the technique. Then, another thought flashed in his mind. Roalpha Dialpha, Inui, Simhi pondered for a while before making a decision. It might be helpful, but only after I become a peak paragon. I can learn from them and prepare for my transcendent path. He did not know whether these things would help. However, he was willing to try. Anyway, by then, he would reach the peak of his power and has little to no room for improvement. Then, he can study these two laws to see if they can help. Southern Quadrant. Huafeng Wang floated in the void, unable to process the information Ao Shen gave her. Will my emperor path end here? She was unwilling. So, her mind came up with countless reasons that Ao Shen was lying to her. However, deep down, she knew it was true. The revival of the ancient clan is relying on me. How can I lose? Ever since she was young, her clan told her she had a sacred mission: revert the environment to innate and lead the clan to their glory days. She worked day and night cultivating, tempering her body, and suppressing her peers. She dedicated all her life to that single goal. But now, she knew her mission was impossible to achieve. So, despair overwhelmed her mind. No, this is not over yet, thought Huafeng Wang with a ferocious look. I can become a 6-star pre-march. As long as I deal with whoever proves the Tao in this generation, there is still hope. She knew things would not be so simple. Although 6-star primarchs are at the same level as eternal emperors, there is still much difference between them. After all, the emperor path is supreme. Regardless, the tribulation gave her hope. Plus, I cannot give up until the last moment. Huafeng Wang sat in the void and summoned a black and white mirror. Before the battle, my luck warned me to take this emperor artifact. Now, I know the reason. Most people will only take offensive or defensive artifacts for this battle. However, Huafeng Wang took the risk and brought an auxiliary artifact. She waved her hand to create a green flame called the Flame of Victory. She condensed this flame by using her Yin-Yang Dao to control the concept of victory and defeat. She infused the victory flame into the Yin-Yang mirror, deducing a way for her to achieve victory in this battle. Path to victory. Huafeng Wang focused on her divination since it was her last chance. Otherwise, she has to rely on the Heaven Path Tribulation as a backup plan. After a few minutes, she finally succeeded. However, the result made her frown. There were 3 results, and not one truly satisfied her. The third result involved Ao Shen. To be precise, Xiao Songshi, whom he captured. The mirror revealed that Xiao Songshi possessed knowledge of a unique formation that could bring out the full power of an emperor artifact. However, the formation required at least 7 people who broke the mortal-immortal limit, serving as power sources of the formation. Furthermore, these people must sacrifice most of their soul, energy, blood, and lifespan to activate the formation. The mirror revealed this method had the most negligible probability of success. However, after a while, this method became unavailable. Huafeng Wang guessed it was because of Ao Shen and Xiao Songxi's exit from the battle. Huafeng Wang then checked the method with the highest probability of success. This plan involved these traitors that have taken base on the Northern Quadrant. However, according to the mirror's revelation, she has a higher chance of dying before using this method. Additionally, the mirror was very vague on what method would allow him to defeat Wang Wei. So, Huafeng Wang finally glanced at the second and only viable method. However, the first step of this plan baffled her for a moment since it revealed she needed to acquire the soul of a particular heaven chosen called Mo Xingyun. Mo Xingyun. Isn't she the heaven-devouring emperor's descendant? Why would her soul allow me to defeat Wang Wei? Wait. Huafeng Wang felt she had caught on to a piece of important information, so her mind worked faster than usual. From what I read about the heaven-devouring emperor, he was the kind of selfish individual who would not hesitate to leave an imprint in his bloodline. Could he have died and taken over Mo Xingyun's body to revive himself? Huafeng Wang knew some emperors would use the heaven will to accelerate the rate of their revival. However, this method is considered taboo in the ancient clan. Heavenly Tao does not tolerate these emperors messing around and wasting the heaven will of one generation. So, any of them who try this method does not end well. Furthermore, A great emperor requires excellent skills to even attempt this method, since most would not even be able to enter the heaven-will battlefield. Even if the heaven-devouring emperor took over Imo Xingyan's body, he would be restricted by her Bodhi's natural talent. She knew this fact would not change, because the latter was an eternal emperor. However, his essence will also change her soul. Her eyes became brighter. If I use the correct secret technique to refine her soul, I can draw some of his emperor's power. By then, it will be easy for me to defeat Wang Wei. For a moment, she could not contain her excitement. However, Huafeng Wang quickly calmed down. The mirror revealed this plan had a low chance of success, and she also had a high probability of dying. Is there really no safer way? She tried to mobilize the power of the mirror and her victor flame. Sadly, the result did not change. Do I have to give up? She looked at these three methods and gritted her teeth. The third method was unusable, and the first method almost guaranteed her death. However, she still had hope for the second method. Huafeng Wang placed the mirror away before taking a deep breath. She used her luck Dao to bless her with great fortune and imbued her with a unique intuition that can revert any dangerous situation. Then, without hesitation, she headed to the central quadrant, where Imo Xingyun was temporarily hiding after scheming against Wang Wei's group. Huafeng Wang, why are you here? Asked Imo Xingyun after seeing the visitor. The heaven-devouring emperor had no relationship or hatred with the ancient clan. Well, at least in this generation, he did not. During his rise, he heard the ancient clan had someone with the bloodline of the Tao Tai. So, he infiltrated their clan to get his hands on that bloodline and study it. Unfortunately, that person only had the bloodline of a Tao Tai's descendant, and it was so diluted that it could barely be called such. Although he was sad he could not acquire the lineage of such a chaos life form, he did learn plenty regarding bloodline from the ancient clans. It was a shame he was discovered and had to run away from the ancient clans, being chased everywhere. He planned to return there after proving the Tao, but he never got the chance. Do I need a reason to be here? You're my enemy, replied Huafeng Wang. No, your eyes tell me you have a clear purpose in seeking me out, replied Imo Xingyun. Are you interested in an alliance? She did not mind acquiring another pawn. From Huafeng Wang's aura, she could tell the latter was a top heaven chosen, thus should be very useful. Roalpha D'Alpha and Nuam, don't think about it. I'm here with only one purpose, kill you. Imo Xingyun did not care about her killing intent. Instead, he took a moment to truly gaze at her, accessing her appropriately. The 5 sacred beast bloodlines? Thought the heaven-devouring emperor as greed flashed in his eyes. When he was young, he had an ambitious dream to cultivate all 3,800 great Tao and combine them into the ultimate Tao, Chaos Tao. Only with such a Tao could he be invincible in the world and not have to worry about someone ever killing or humiliating him. Unfortunately, before he could pursue this dream, his teacher, Shi Fuyu, destroyed it. The old monk told him about the supreme outlaws and the terrible trial. After knowing the truth, the heaven-devourer emperor became conflicted. Some part of him was scared about this trial and did not want to take the risk. The other resented his teacher because knowledge of the trial would increase the difficulty. So, after thinking about it for a long time, he realized fate was in his favor. He practiced the devouring Tao because of his lack of talent. Although he had excellent comprehension, this thing would only be helpful in the latter stages. However, the heaven-devourer emperor's devour Tao was the solution to his dream. He wanted to cultivate it to the pinnacle before devouring people who cultivated the other 3,000 great Taos and 800 side door Taos. Then, he would be able to control the power of chaos without worrying about the supreme outlaw trial. There's no way to know whether true heavenly Tao would allow me to use this method to bypass the trial. However, there's a reassured way with no trouble, chaos innate law. The heaven-devouring emperor knew innate demon gods were still favored and blessed by heaven and earth despite their current pitiful situation. As such, they had some privileges that guaranteed their noble status. Of course, these privileges also cause them tremendous trouble. Many races and powerful entities also want to acquire these privileges, and these people are powerful enough to ignore the innate demon god's race, strength, and status. I can swallow her sacred beast bloodline to condense the seed of my chaos bloodline, calculated the heaven-devouring emperor. The entire ancient clan is a perfect material to cultivate the chaos bloodline after reviving myself and returning to my peak state. The heaven-devouring's eyes secretly lit up. The only thing I need to worry about is whether some old guy tempered with her bloodline. He secretly sneered. With my method, it will be easy to deal with their imprints. The real issue is whether one of her ancestors became Empyreans or Paragons, leaving some means in her bloodline as protection. After his death, the heaven-devouring emperor became calmer and more cautious, thinking deeper about his actions. He knew how scary the powerhouses of the upper dimension were. Although most would not care about their descendants or factions in the lower dimension once they reach a certain level or live for long enough, others do and will actively help. Roalpha Dialpha. In Nui, CM, is there no room for negotiation? Asked Mo Xingyun as all these thoughts swiftly flashed in her mind. What do you think? Replied Huafeng Huang with disgust. Her intuition told her this person was a smiling wolf. Furthermore, the latter did not even hide his desire to swallow her. So, without the desire to continue this conversation, she summoned her troops. Huafeng Huang did not want to fight directly. She wanted to observe first to see if she could discover how her opponent could threaten her life. Based on aura alone, she already judged her strength was on par, if not greater, than Mo Xingyun. The Heaven-Devourer Emperor looked at this legion with a frown. Most of the soldiers wore red armor and had a flame mark on their foreheads. Are they all blessed with the Phoenix's immortality? He knew things would be complicated if that were true. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.